Okay, my Wakia Kachachi. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. How are we all doing today? I hope you guys are doing really well. I will have you know, I am doing very well. Ish. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I know I didn't really do much last week, but I had my first midterm, so that was super exciting. But now that that's done, I have some time to where I can actually, relax, play a little Lickboo. I can do the new event Mnestic experience, so I'm looking forward to it. 1 limb billion exams, yes. But yes, hi guys, welcome. It's time to experience the Mnestics before we have to do anything else in this game. I've been trying to keep up as much as possible with these games, but it's kind of rough. So many celebrations are happening, and I am just too busy. This Wednesday, even though I technically have it off, I'm going to be too busy doing an exam and a quiz, so it's just, this stuff is never meant to be easy, but that's what I signed up for. Okay, I am honestly looking quite forward to this because where we left off with twining threads, now we're finally in NCorp, and it's going to give us a minor taste of what, excuse me, a like tiny little taste of what the next stuff is going to look like, basically. What Canto 8 is going to look like, in which case I think we're all excited for. Mr. Salt is on his way, and he is about to do what a lot of people believe is going to be him getting like full tilt and losing his mind. So that'll be interesting. If it happens. But okay, Canto 10, you mean? Yes, Canto 10, excuse me. It's season 8, Canto 10. No, wait. Did anyone hear the slapping noise? We should go about like, hey. No, Heathcliff's been in the Vanguard for too long. I should pull him back and let him... Dundee. Oh, sorry. Did you say something? I provided you with an answer to your question, but you exhibited no observable response. In the Sinner's combat performance deteriorating beyond manageable parameters? No, things aren't that bad, but it's just hard to focus on one conversation when I'm trying to support battles happening in completely different places at once. On top of that, Rhodia's shopping chatter's starting to get a little distracting. A few days after we entered NCorp's district, the bus pulled over in the back streets of NCorp to take care of a distortion case. This contract was supposed to be handled jointly with the LCD team, but distortions suddenly started cropping up all over an area of the back streets called Butter Street. Without any coherent pattern, no obvious point of origin or route of spread, nothing convenient like that. And I had no choice but to split the sinners into several groups and send them out. Audis, Ishmael, Sinclair, Don Quixote, Yisung, and Mersault were on their way to rendezvous with the LCD team. Heathcliff, Gregor, and Hong Lu were suppressing distortions that had showed up from other directions. And with our onboard stock scraped down to the bottom, Rhodia and Ryoshu, who were done with their share of suppression work, were put in charge of buying supplies for the bus. As for Faust, she decided to stay behind with me on the bus. I wanted to get through the consultation sessions I'd been putting off, and thought I might as well get myself the much needed practice with handling the new power I had acquired. To reiterate, there are no issues requiring special concern regarding Faust. It is true that Faust has on recent occasions expressed dissatisfaction with a certain Faust. However, those instances should be classified as a mere personal grievance. I mean, that's good if that's all there is to it, but this was not the first time Faust had seemed unlike herself. There had been times before when she spent far longer alone than usual, lost in thoughts, moments when she could not produce immediate answers to questions from other sinners or me. Could it be you can't access the Gesellschaft? May I ask your basis for that inference? Because you're acting a lot like you did back on the warp train. It appears there remains occasions on which you are still capable of surprising Faust, Dante. So I was right? You really are cut off from the Gesellschaft? That was not intended as a confirmation of your conjecture. Maybe she's saying that she can technically access the Gesellschaft. It may as well be that she can't. I wish I could ask more and get to the bottom of it, but the way she was sidestepping the subject told me that prying wouldn't give me any further insight. Managers over managing? Well, last time they did call her dumb, stupid Faust, so... Right. I won't press you if you don't want to talk about it. Your reserve is appreciated. Shall we move on? Yes, your consultation is the next agenda. After cross-referencing the records pertaining to the recent events in the House of Spiders, it would appear that memories concerning the individuals designated as Sora and Ren currently remain only with you, Dante. As such, should the influence of Ryoshu and her sword lead to further omissions in the official records, the manager will be responsible for supplementing the necessary information. Yeah, not the first time I was the only one left with intact memories, huh? That's right. Despite K-Corp's memory wipe procedure, Catherine's erasure by the Golden Bow's power, and Ariashki severing people from existence, I was the only one who remembered what had transpired. But ironically enough, the memories I had prior to swapping my head with this clock still showed no sign of returning. Why won't my old memories come back though? Is it because of this clock head? Speculation based on your experience with the bus team thus far will not meaningfully contribute to the recovery of your former memories, manager. Inductive reasoning conducted from memories with gaps, after all, is bound to have structural limitations. Bongi would serve as an adequate analogy. Bongi? Yes, Bongi receiving feed and increasing in body mass alone would provide it with no meaningful basis for identifying the purpose of its rearing. Even at the terminal stage, when exposed to kitchen instruments and the heat of the stove, its limited experience would provide inadequate to constitute an understanding of its ultimate fate and purpose. Likewise, the ultimate answer to your doubts can only be obtained from the whole of the experience that you will have accumulated at the terminus of your entire journey, that is, your allotted mission. Because treasure awaits at the end of the road, at the end of heck. And that treasure will give me back my memories and my head, also. Indeed, at the end of the road, you will be able to engrave your aspect. I still have no idea exactly what aspect means, or even whether it's an object, but if I know one thing, it's that the me from before all of this began had wanted it badly, obsessively, desperately. It's more like an instinctive knowledge, but when my memory's gone, that feeling, however strong it is, does not change the fact that it's another word with no discernible mental image. And you're not going to tell me what it actually is, are you? The aspect? What it means, or why I wanted it so much? If it remains a piece of information that must be disclosed to you, then no, I am unable to tell you. Pay it no mind. You are still following your star acceptably. Please concentrate on the journey. More importantly, have you grown accustomed to that incomplete power? Current observation suggests you have yet to arrive at that level. Well, I've gotten pretty used to focusing on one place at a time, but keeping track of several places at once is still a bit rough. Otis's team is doing well in combat, even without my direct supervision, and Rodia's team is shopping and not engaged in battle at the moment. Taking my mind off them would prove much easier. But that wouldn't give me the much needed practice, so I'm simply doing my best to keep an eye on every sinner's status. Sufficient familiarity should be in substantial tactical value. You would be able to cast a wider net when information gathering and employ previously unavailable tactical patterns. Right, and I'd also be able to tell when it's when it's bad to call someone in too. Even as I'm continuing to talk to Faust, I make sure not to stop observing the places where each group is doing what they are doing. Yep, pulling Heathcliff to the rear was the right call. I don't see any injuries. His team's still doing pretty well, even without my directions. As for Herodia, wait, did she stuff all those pastries and bread she bought into her pockets? How'd she manage with a baguette? And Otis's group, let's see. Looks like they joined up with the LCD team without any issues. LCD. That guy over there must be... Hang on. Faust, there's a dude I've seen before, but he seems a bit... different from how I remember. Could you specify the issue? I'm monitoring the situation right now. We should probably join up with him too. Let's end this consultation here. This is rather precipitous, Dante. If the incident is of a serious nature, perhaps a request from support from the LCC. No, it's not an incident. Though I wouldn't say it's not serious. Excuse me. Rendezvous. Could you be more vague, Dante? Dante. This is really going from bad to worse, Dante. Really? Dante seems busy helping other groups. Otis's command calls have been working out well enough. We'll give her that. We've managed to hold the line better than expected, but we're definitely starting to feel a strain. Dante's learning from the blue group, the Blue Man Crew. Why are you waving your hand off? Arm and hand signals? Huh? What signals? What's swinging the arm sideways even supposed to mean? You don't know. It's scatter, dang it, so scatter! That was close. We almost got flattened. Dang it. Even rookies with nothing but the most rudimentary of military trainings would have recognized that as a bait hand signal that basic. Well, we're not all trained soldiers, are we? Verily, the flourish of a single hand doth indeed make boast of chivalric elegance. Yet when thou suddenly wavest thy hand about, clenching and unclenching thy hand in the mystical fashion, only to suddenly turn tail, forsooth, I am bereft of understanding what thou meanst to say. To think that of all personnel on the team, only the swabby has discipline to interpret a basic field signal. I only picked it up during my sailing days, and realistically speaking, did you expect ordinary people like the others to understand professional military signals? This is unacceptable. After all the operations all of you have been deployed under my lead, you're all still ignorant when it comes to nonverbal signals. I don't think even Dante would know those signals. Yep, might as well be splitting hairs, literally. Let's appease our agitated hearts and follow Miss Otis's instruction. We should disperse and withdraw. Megaton landing! Well? Hey! Hey, pretty cool, huh? Let's face it. I know how to make one heck of an entrance. Whoa! Aren't you supposed to be cleaning up the distortions upstairs? Huh? Oh, Finton a million years ago. You guys were taking forever, so I figured I'd take a peek and lend you a hand. You're welcome. Split by your thundering descent, the floor's form and shape are now crushed beyond meaning, sunken deep to be likened in the incipience of a wellspring. Don't you worry about that. That's all after teams to take care of. Anyway, that should be all of them, right?
The forces of your landing neutralized the last of the distortions outside the building.
Great. Can you check out distorted peeps' faces and clothes? Their faces are all segmented. Makes my skin crawl. Not a pleasant sight. As for their attire... This one appears to be a sweeper, and that one yonder bears the attire of an ordinary fixer. And this distortion I landed on, probably a local resident, judging by the clothes. Oh, did any of you happen to see anything nearby bursting with a big poppin' flash? Nay, not once. Okie dokie, you know what then? Let's just head upstairs. The suppression request is kind of a pain, so we'll need to put together a nice neat plan before we start poking it too hard. A plan, thou sayest? Was there not a mere matter of slaying distortions where they stand? Huh? Wait, did nobody brief you? This has often been the structure of our assignments. We are given instructions, we perform them, and only afterward do we begin to perceive the nature of and contour of the task to which we have committed our hands. Really? Well, I guess every department has its own way of doing things, and no big deal. I'll explain everything once we're upstairs. Oh, by the way, you didn't get to meet the whole team last time, only your new girl. This time, that dude, I mean, Mr. Bamboo Hatted Kim's here, also here, so... Huh? He's okay now? Sure he is. You're surprised once you see just how okay he is now. But last time you said he was under treatment. To be precise, I believe Miss Ongdu stated that his mind is yet to regain its former tranquility. That? Hello, Sonic. Did you just say the dad dude? No? You'll get it once you see him. I feel like we'll just end up having the same conversation twice if I say anything about it now. You have arrived. It's blinding. It's so bright, the midday sun is pouring in like crazy. Yet the warm trickle of the sunbeam is rather agreeable. No, this is not sunlight. Because unlike this, there is more to sunshine than its warmth. Then, what exactly is the light? Feel the aura. Why is this thing on again? It's bright enough to fry my eyeballs. Apologies, Lady Ezra. I'm yet to be accustomed to this machine. This is my first time laying a hand upon complicated workings of such a contraption. It's activated of its own accord, and yet to discover the method by which it may be silenced.
That's why I told you to leave it alone. Fiddling with things you don't understand ends with you something, or you broken. Nothing good of it comes, I tell you.
But, Mentor, Lady Moses has instructed me in every moment and event, clues are hidden under the veil of one's surroundings and must be examined with care.
Yes, and that only works if you're savvy about the knack.
Hang on, did you just say mentor? I had not yet been afforded an opportunity to introduce him to you. This here is the steam leader of the Blade lineage, who is all but a master under whom I have apprenticed. How am I doing? I'm doing fantastic. The man himself. Before the reveal, what do you think Kim looks like? Probably like Honglu.
Do you really have to dress it up like that? I told you. I only took on the role because there wasn't anyone else to take the job.
What a humble man. Switch, where's the switch? Gotcha. Wait. Wait. Uh, I thought. Wait, Kim isn't actually in there because if you look at his ID badge, the man on the right is Kim. And Ong Do, she got herself bangs and got a glow up. Goodness me. Who knew? Bamboo-hatted Kim, who was a bit of a struggle in library and almost annihilated us in the Intervallo, in the BL Intervallo, was just goodness. Known as Bamboo-hatted Kim. Yes, that's me. Guess I should say, pleased to meet you, folks. Dude. Okay. This man right here, who we thought would be ferocious and terrifying. This man, he... That is Bamboo-hatted Kim. They have another facade skin for Mersault too, by the way. New skin? Ooh. A moonlit farewell to home. Wait, how many egos do they have? Do they have special facades for it now? I didn't know they were adding special non-ID facades. They made non-facades for IDs. That's what I just said. I feel like we have to pick this up. Unacquired. Oh. So to get special rewards, you have to do this? Okay, so more often than not, first impressions are prone to change. The Bamboo-hatted Kim I remembered was a man who'd drowned in his own fathoms, blaming himself for his powerfulness with a listless, heavy voice. That, however, had been while he distorted and sunken himself, so I figured his original personality might be somehow different. But this is not someone. His personality isn't even the same ballpark as my expectations. You're telling me this guy is Bamboo-hatted Kim? Yep, we double checked with Ezra and she said he really is the same guy. Whoa, what's that fire on your head? Whoa, that fire on your head's not hot at all? Fascinating stuff. Okay, can we check again just in case? I really can't wrap my head around the fact this sullen, serious man whom we'd fought, just look at what he's doing. He's rubbing my face all over like he's checking out some kind of mantelpiece ornament. Lots of ticking and talking going on. That's supposed to be making the sound like them talking to you folks, huh? Further confirmation would be redundant, Dante. This individual is conclusively identical to the original designated as Bamboo-Headed Kim.
I've got no idea what you folks are suspicious about, but... Hongdu, just exactly what have you been telling these people about me? All staring at me like they've seen ghosts.
I told them you were a gallant and formidable warrior, Mentor.
But they don't look like they've heard the most flattering things about me. There, don't you hear it? The faint undercurrent of disappointment at the ticking.
I also told them that you're a man of few words, but with more affection for the followers under your command.
Hongdu.
Yes, Mentor?
That's a complete and utter lie. A man of few words is definitely not something you can say about a guy who's as talkative as me. Don't you think?
Yet I spoke no falsehood. All your conduct is rather shallow and perhaps less refined for the leader of an organization. You are much more reserved and taciturn when conversing with those unfamiliar to you, are you not? No matter who one may be, one is bound to inspire either approval or disapproval from those things around him, so I've refrained from mentioning any truths that might invite the latter to even hint that might tarnish the reputation of my master, would not be unlike spitting on his name, and by mine, by extension. I simply had no reason to put on airs in front of my folks. In any case, so you can't see anything if I block this part? Do tell, how many fingers am I holding up? Those are not my eyes, you know. Your own folks, huh? Then you've already acknowledged and accepted that you now belong to Limbus Company. Why didst thou not pay a visit to the LCE? Verily, when one's mind is plagued by the absence of tranquility, venturing forth in the open air, untouchable field of grass, cleareth the storm of the heart. An asset of the company is expected to act in the company's interest, yet, for whatever reason, I didn't see you fighting on the field of battle during Operation Spiderpire. You will have to account for your absence in the mission. Otis addressed Kim as though she were conducting a formal investigation, every word flat and hard. It was obvious she was not about to let her guard down any time soon. What mission? Oh, that one. Kim finally seemed inclined to assume a more serious disposition. He stopped peering into my face and turned towards Otis, although his hand was still on my head. Alright, clearly there's some disconnect in expectations here. Listen here, you. I'm really not all about that hard, bothersome work. Get what I mean? The real disconnect was between his stoic expression and the words coming out of his mouth. Oh. So let's talk about what kind of fellow I am. Meet the resident layabout who's forced to do his job with a frown, too, I might add, only when he's got absolutely no choice. I'm really not some big shot Hongdu's apparently been promoting me as, folks. And I'd like to very much stop getting roped into stuff that keeps putting my life on the line. Fine, then why did you join LCD in the first place? If you'd rather be unemployed. No, never mind, they probably forced you to say. You catch on quick. First, they spout this nonsense about distortions and all, and then force hired me, calling me a company-owned resource or whatever. And the other day, they were again on about, what's his name, Gumbao? Yeah, they invited me on a tour to another department to listen in on some important presentation. And I accepted. I thought it would be a fine opportunity to broaden my perspective. Hongdu, dear, there are times when your commitment to duties shines brighter than the sun. I find that attitude so dazzling that I have to squint when I'm looking at you. Who knows? Maybe that's why I'm wearing this bamboo hat, to shade my eyes from your utter brilliance. Do you mean to say that you are in need of a shield to protect your eyes? Lady Ezra, might I submit a request for a pair of sunglasses from my mentor? Only if that's not so much of an imposition on the budget, that is. That That right there is why I keep telling you not to do. You can't say yes to everything he says and turn it into a supply request. Small expenses add up, you know. You gotta save up things in a piggy bank while you can, or you'll end up broke. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? No means no. Then pray make the purchase for me. I shall cover the cost myself. No, what? No, wait, what? My poor mentor is in a state of great discomfort, yet I possess neither the wisdom or knowledge to navigate the silver tongue of merchants and the maze of stalls to locate the very best item. So I beg this favor of you. You're giving me a freaking headache, girl. I am aware that you and yours are no such stranger to such dealings. There is no one I can trust more this complete securement than you. You know what? Never mind what I said. I'll just get you what you want. You heard the gentle lady, mentor. Your suffering soon shall be alleviated. Right. My apologies for interrupting you in mid-conversation. Pray, continue. You had reached the part where they invited you to tour another department. No sooner Ongdu's words left her lips that her eyes glinted with something I couldn't really put my finger on, but it's a strange intensity that sent a chill down my spine. She has indeed gone full yandere. So that day I was gonna relax and watch some TV. Well, good on you for showing up to work, I guess. Let's just say there's a debt to be repaid. At least you understand that we are indeed indebted to the company. Yeah, I suppose I do. Kim's gaze lingered on Ongdu's prosthetics arms as he answered. Oh, Miss Ongdu, your arms. Only after following Kim's gaze did Sinclair seem to notice Ongdu's brand new prosthetic arms. The last time we saw Ongdu had lost both of her arms, and I remember Ezra asking her to sit tight and choose what type of prosthesis she wanted. Those arms were probably it. It's not the arms, even her clothes are different now, and the sword. I had these arms fitted and new as soon as the operation was concluded. The gracious host and one of the LCD's teams had prepared them in advance. With evident satisfaction, Ongdu held up her dark metallic wrists as if to showcase them. The components fixed along her arm clicked and rattled, unfolding for a moment before neatly folding back into place. Oh, such graceful smoothness, wed to articulation. 'Tis as though I'm beholding a marvelous prosthesis of the illustrious Siegfried himself. Yep, the showcase would have gone lackluster without the trademark reaction. Those are strikingly similar to Schwarz's Industries N7 lineup, but I thought the model was discontinued. Nah, not theirs. It's one of the prototypes developed by LCD's Phenomenon Deciphering team, and they put them up on for trial. Doubt you'll find another one like them. They're based on technology spun from distortions. Oh, I see. For a brief moment, Sinclair's eyes lit up as if he glimpsed something that had brought back to him from memory. Then just as quickly, he fell silent, whatever he'd wanted to say next catching in his chest. Does something trouble you, Master Sinclair? It wasn't hard to understand what struck the tender memory for Sinclair, and why it cast a shadow over his face. Who's the mentor in there again? Well, sorry, just reminded me of something from a long time ago. My dad used to work with the prosthetics before he passed away. I thought this was the exact same model I saw back then. It appears I lack tact. These arms have stirred a painful memory within you. For that, I apologize. It's alright. I'm fine now. Sinclair's voice still carried a faint tremor, but beneath it there was a firmness that had not been there before. It really had grown a great deal. You can thank yours truly for picking the sword. I was there with her. I did inform Lady Ezra that any blade that could serve as a weapon would suffice, but she insisted on browsing the goods. I dare say I was given the opportunity to lay my eyes on every type of sword I could have hoped to see in this life, walking through the workshop street that day. Oh, please, girl. We walked for 4 hours. That's nothing. While everyone was distracted taking in Angdu's new outfit and equipment, Kim had quietly slipped away from the crowd and crouched down in a corner. He was rummaging through things on the floor, picking them up. Is he pocketing them? Anyway, what is this place supposed to be? What are all these things? It's basically a wreck now, but there are strobes and that cloth backdrop over there. Maybe it used to be a photo studio? Oh, that could explain why there are many photos stuck around the place. Probably. That thing definitely looks like a camera, at least. Sinclair picked up a small cylindrical object and turned it over in his hands, studying it with curiosity. What do you suppose this is? A battery, maybe? Ah, there's some kind of strip inside. Let me pull that out. No, that's... Otis shouted a sharp warning at Sinclair as if she realized something. But Mersault's hand had already shot out before she could finish, clasping over Sinclair's wrist before the strip could be pulled out. What did I do? Exposure to sunlight damages these objects. I already pulled a little bit out, though. It could be rewound. Carefully rotate the rigid section on the cylinder. I'm currently blocking the sunlight from reaching the exposed section. Damage is of no concern. Oh, okay. You mean this one, right? This is the part that rotates? Yeah, it went back in. With a quiet nod, Mersault took the object from Sinclair's hand. It seems to be a firm roll. There's something written on the outside. Experiment number 4. It appears to be the compact roll for a film camera. You seem to have handled one before. Yes. Mersault's answer came without any further explanation. But the way he adjusted the camera on the table certainly didn't look like a first-timer. Mr. Salt the sunblocker? More like Mr. Salt the cameraman. Once I received a report containing photographs taken on film cameras during the war. Film rolls used by EdenCorp are particularly difficult to falsify. They were often used to collect intelligence during secret operations. The film fixes light directly onto the medium, from what I've heard. A peculiar expression flashed across Ezra's face as she regarded Otis. Perhaps it was the mention of war that caught her attention. Anyway, we've managed to regroup in one piece. Let's come up with a plan to deal with these distortion guys, Where should we begin? Then, in the next breath, she returned to her usual bubbly self and steered the conversation away from the subject. Both Ezra and we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflict on ourselves. For all her unfailingly perky disposition, Ezra too may be carrying traumatic memories, every bit as devastating as Gregor's. Does there aught deserving illumination? Yeah, wait, you're right. Haven't we cleaned up the distortion already? I couldn't feel any more traces of distortions nearby, and it didn't seem like any of the other Sinner teams elsewhere were actively engaged in battle at the moment either. Dante is asking whether distortion suppression has not, in fact, already been conducted. Oh, yeah, not yet. These people we fought just now, they got caught up in the distortion. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't gotten close. They didn't actually distort themselves. We haven't even gotten close to the distortion's inflection point yet. Inflection point? Anywho, finding an inflection point without the team leader around is gonna take some time. Maybe it wouldn't be too bad with your help? Ezra swept her eyes around the room with a look of frustration, as though she had been handed a puzzle box with the half pieces missing. By inflection point, are you referring to the one on a graph in which the directionality of the curvature changes? Calling to mind the present context, it may be less a mathematical term, and more a specialized polysem, referring to the point at which the distortion occurs, the motive, intent, or indeed the point in which inflection of the mind occurs. Yep, that's about right. That's the kind of inflection point I was talking about. So in our department, we use that term to mean source of a distortion, the inflector or cause behind it, stuff like that. You know, distortion's hard to treat if you don't know the root cause. Treat the symptoms you see on the surface all you like, but if you never find the root cause, the distortion is never going to get solved. Though, I guess you guys never really had a look at that kind of stuff, huh? Your boss clock appears to open the door of fathoms or whatever, right?
You mean the Dungeon of Fathoms?
Yep, that's the one. From where we're standing, distortions are really high maintenance, time-consuming headaches. It's one thing to somehow manage to locate the inflection point, but curing it is another thing. But you guys can just march straight into someone's heart and knock the snot out of everything in there. So, ta-da! Patient ready for discharge. That's how it works, right? Not gonna lie, I was just when I heard about it, I almost bit my sleeve off. Verily, I had thought your team once said about resolving distortion once the foe was vanquished, as we are wont to do. Was that not so? Of course not! Why would anyone come to us for a distortion suppression request if it were that simple in the first place? But yeah, most of the time, peeps try brute force. Approaches to it first, and when things go south, they send requests to the company or to the detective office. That means the client this time must have been... Bingo! Apparently the residents of Butter Street had all chipped in to commission all kinds of agencies like Zwei, combat specialized fixer offices, but none of them could really do things right, and the job got passed on to us. Oh goodness. Hello, Calio. 1_Calio. Thank you so much for gifting 10 full memberships to the Wakiyaku on the Rise part of the Waki squads. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you. We have a lot of people getting memberships today, and thank you for joining. I hope you guys enjoy the little badge next to your name and the emojis. You will always have a place here in my enemy. How are you doing, Calio? Did you enjoy this canto so far? Or Intervallo, excuse me.
Meaning the distortion phenomenon related to this kind of photograph is still occurring, unchecked somewhere on the streets.
Exactly. That's why we gotta find something. Anything that might count as a clue. Ezra gazed down at the people lying on the floor with a complicated expression. Neat ash gravy suits and the logo of the collar on the collar of their uniform and briefcases. Hey, isn't that N-Corp's logo? Come to think of it, wasn't Mersalt?
I was once employed by N-Corp.
What? You used to work with these people? Yeah, he did mention that he used to work with N-Corp. Maybe he can offer us some insight. Do you know who these guys are, Mersalt?
Yes, manager. These are N-Corp's Class 2 staff members, given the camera briefcases in their possession. They are likely to be members of the pin frame team of Service Disclos.
Mersalt recited the information as though he were pulling it from a file he had already sorted and placed in the back of the shelf in his mind. Okay, pin frame team. Huh, anything you can tell us about them?
Yes. It is one of N-Corp's many field departments related to information gathering and processing. Their primary duties include handling of N-Corp's internal information, analysis of N-Corp's internal intelligence, the sorting and arranging of N-Corp's internal information, and That'd be enough.
Whoa, is he a talking encyclopedia or something? Yeah, another thing to be jealous of. You think it'll be okay if we borrow him sometime? Might be an issue to us if you just borrowed our team's encyclopedia. Looks like everyone agrees. He's an encyclopedia. Anyway, your encyclopedia is right. They're from N-Corp's pinframe team. Seen them a few times before in N-Corp's nest. But why would people already be busy enough dealing with nest affairs come all the way out to shabby backstreets like this? Got any guesses?
I am unable to determine that. The possible range of connection between the two pieces of information is exceedingly broad. Listing every relevant reason as to why they may have come would require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, I will present a determinative answer to that question.
Ezra, staring holes into me with an unspoken, is this dude always like this? Wouldn't pull any answers from me, you know. Because aside from combat situations, I still have no idea what's going on in his head. Okay then. Hello, Thaddeus. Okay then, Mersal, maybe this will be easier to answer from an objective point of view. And that was when I noticed something I'd never imagined would happen. Mersal's eyes widened, his gaze fixing me with such force that I could almost feel the faint tremor in it. A leveling stare that came with. I have never thought in a million years I would see Mersalt basically telling the manager off. There's no such thing as an objective point of view. Manager. A clipped tone and almost bordering on rebuke. A given judgment may seem infinitely close to objectivity, but ultimately all things are subjective without explanation, without exception. I fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. Part of it was because Mersalt's reaction had caught me off guard, but I also wondered what his response might be connected to, why he would refuse to make judgments for himself. And if this has something to do with his turn, which I know is just around the corner. Got it. Then tell me the 3 subjective reasons why you think are most likely for why these people had to come all this way to the back streets. I need to do some understanding who he actually is as much as I can. Because I'll never get to another chance to know if I brush him off with a simple, "Oh, I see, my bad," as usual. Yes, manager. I would presume that their mission was one or all of the following: retrieval of the video recording or recordings in violation of N-Corp's taboo, prompt elimination of the violator, contact with the informant in the back streets collaborating with the N-Corp's nest, or identification and arrest of a wanted individual designated by the nest. Taboo? You mean these people could be taboo hunters? Nah, no way. They don't send out taboo hunters for every single violation, you know. Like wings usually leave minor taboos to be handled by a subcontracted fixer office, or employers of department in charge. I'd say these guys, you're on your N-Corp staff. Miss Sangdu, what are you looking for in their pockets? I'm looking for their belongings, for enlightening clues, yet be hidden in the sleeve or the fold of their garments. Lady Moses has been gifted with the art of discerning the truth from what lies before her in but a single glance, yet my eyes are foreign to such a feat. Let me take a look. This is an employee card, and okay, this one's a wallet, so let's put that back. We don't want to be robbers. This might be it. It's an order missive. Ezra pulled a sheet of paper out from the N-Corp staff coat and read its contents aloud. Work details. Elimination of individual Category 3 taboo violation. Address, Butter Street. This is the place. Which means all of this might be pointing to something. Whoever used to work in the studio and the distortion phenomenon might be connected. Yeah. Now that you mention it, that whole pop and change thing happened, and it did kind of feel like a camera flash. Alright then, let's start by combing through this place. Let me know if you find anything suspicious. Oh ho! At long last, had the hour arrived for my debut as a detective, forsooth. Don Quixote must have been miffed for not getting to play detective back in T-Corp. No idea where she'd been keeping them, but she immediately pulled out the detective props that had been given to Rhodia, Ryoshu, and Honglu back then. Verily, I had forsooth that the day would come. Fortunately, Otis wasted no time putting an end to Don Quixote's badly timed shenanigan. A sharp dressing down from her was enough to make our dejected, chivalric adventurer stuff the costume away. Okay then, we should get moving too. Poor Don Quixote. She just wanted to play. That's not creepy at all. Teeth. Interesting. So you can essentially take the entire Blade lineage squad with you. I will actually take House of Spiders, Pinky Apprentice. Just because I don't have many good, he's not really high level there, but we'll run this. We spent a long while rifling through Photo Studio with the LCD team, but no one found any decisive evidence. There are sure a lot of photos around, but almost all of them are pictures of buildings. Nothing much to tell from that. Aside from the canister containing the film roll Sinclair picked up, there are no remaining items here that can count as a proper clue, Executive Manager. I've confirmed that the rest are all empty plastic containers. Then it's probably best to check the contents of the film roll directly. Yes, Executive Manager. I will find a way to develop the film. Did you guys find any sort of photo development room or equipment nearby? Let's search a little more before we see what's in the film roll. Mentor, what do you make of this object? For the 8th time, Ongdu, I have no idea. If I had the wits bright enough to understand all that lies before me with a single glance like the team leader, I would have passed the royal examinations long ago and secured myself a lucrative position as a court official. But Mentor, hadn't you already passed the royal? Once swung sword does not retrace its arc, Ongdu. So it is with life. There is no undoing what had already been cut. Thus, it is unnecessary to dwell on what can no longer be done. There is no after for what has been slashed away. Not for you, Mentor. Ought you not dwell on what can no longer be undone? I misspoke. I did not mean it that way, Ongdu. I merely meant to say that I do not wish to recall my past. I am aware. You have told me as much since long ago, whenever you are placed in a position to retrace the past. Mostly the eateries where you filled your belly on unpaid tabs, and each time you brought down the stone wall before our house by your own erring hand. Those are exactly the kind of things you should never forget. Oh, my belly. I feel a stabbing pain in my belly. This spot. Oh, the wound. The very wound you once gave me inflicts me effects. The one where you thought you were only poking me with your scabbard, yet by some cruel turn, it was your sword that ran me through. Mentor, you said it was completely healed and that I need not concern myself with it. Those very same words had been repeated at least 80 times. But but it still aches every now and then, chiefly when I hear your sharp, cutting words that I really don't want to hear. Ah, is that so? Angdu suddenly pulls out a sheet of paper and began furiously writing something down. What's this? I have written down the words that I have just said. If hearing my sharp, cutting words afflicts you so, perhaps reading them instead would cause no suffering. Ooh. Kim's face began to contort into a wet dish towel being wrung dry. I really can't believe this is the same mentor Angdu follows so devotedly. Where's all that dignity and forbearance Angdu said he had? Young Angdu. There is a matter I would ask thee. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt that way about him. Pray, speak freely. This may perhaps be a discourteous inquiry, but I, too, when speaking to others of whom I serve, ornament my words with laudation of acceptable degree, and yet... I understand your concern, Lady Don Quixote. I suppose this is your first time seeing Mentor with his shoulders so embraced and his bearing so loose. In truth, when I first behold him, I also wondered whether a man could truly be could truly be a leader worth placing my faith in. However, upon my honor, I assure you that I have never once uttered a falsehood when I spoke of him to you. My respect towards the blades of my own and foes alike, my determination to safeguard what must be protected, even should my arms be torn apart. All of these are undoubtedly the teachings that my mentor had imparted unto me. Truly, why, if fortune should grant the opportunity, you may witness Mentor's true self yourselves someday. That is to say, if we let ourselves be carried by the currents of the river to arrive at such a chance. Angdu gave her prosthetic arm a casual sweep, smiling sincerely as though she had truly believed every word she said. Then, leaning closer to Don Quixote, she whispered, "Besides, unless I speak with this vain, stern ignorance, there will be no ending to his digging in his heels. I would ask for your trust, for all is aimed at his benefit. Forsooth, thou too hast been burdened with the trials of serving your superior." So, that's what it was. I get it now. Just as I witnessed the budding of a peculiar bond of commiseration and camaraderie between our chivalric friends, the door outside was flung open with a "We have arrived at the target location. It appears that the advance party has already been defeated. Wait, who are these people? Didn't they say there was only a single violator? Oh, crud. Looks like we're too late to talk our way out of this. Whatever excuses we can come up with. Oh boy, this is not going to go well. Same thing happened last time. When I saw the N-Corp employees, I thought we had the wrong intel, and all of a sudden flash blinded my vision white, as though I had stared straight into the burst of searing light, so intense and bright that it made my head swim. Yeah, there was the same poppin'. When my vision blinded, the only thing I could make out was Ursula's soft murmur, until even that came to stop as her breathing hushed. Oh. It didn't take long for me to realize what was happening. Seeing it again doesn't exactly warm the heart, wouldn't you say, Angdu? Though Escort may be passing through hard times, Yeli was not as so wretched in form, was it, Mentor? Is that right? Looks much the same to me. Ah, this place. Did we just get teleported to Escort? No, Dante. Though it generates a considerable sense of verisimilitude, this is... I think I know what it is. This is a presence I haven't been able to detect until just now. But somehow, it is now surrounding us, saturating every corner. of the space where we stood. In dreary stone walls and coiled grotesque forms, the sheen of the light and even the air we breathe, all of them point towards a single phenomena. This is the depth of fathoms made entirely out of distortion. There are completely different distortions where the N-Corp employees were just a moment ago executive manager. This is exactly it. This is what I was trying to explain. Oh. Where Ezra pointed, the people in smart, neat suits had vanished, and in their place, figures clad in blood-stained dobo robes were approaching us with dragging, uneasy steps. Right. Let's fight first and talk later. Ready, Yongdu? My blade is poised to strike, Lady Ezra. And wait, where's Bamboo Dude? I am afraid he has already taken his leave. He had no desire to cross blades with the Chukuns of the S-Corp twice. Come on, man, not again. He's a repeat offender. That's for certain. Executive manager. Wherever Kim's gone off to, this definitely isn't the time to be asking trivial questions. He ran. Right, let's do what Ezra says and get ready for battle. On your orders, executive manager. Men, prepare for battle.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만
Go, BL.
전략과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Interesting. Uh-oh.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게
I actually like Ongdu with bangs.
옳다. 두려움을 모르는 건 나쁘지 않습니다만 좀 무식하게 돌격하실 거라면 전 빠지겠습니다.
Oh, frick.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Heh, easy. Ezra. Oh? Holy heck. Well, hello again. _Calio. Thank you again for gifting another 10 memberships to those of us on the Waki squad, part of the Waki Yaku on the Rise. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you once more. That's a very kind thing to do. This one is donated already. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Calio. It's appreciated though. Thank you. I'm sorry that you already did it and you're now shocked. But thank you so much. I mean, it helps and goes towards improving our Waki squad members. It's okay. I'm just going around streams to donate. Limbus streams specifically, correct? Lickboo streams.
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고
Yeah.
조금 더 쾌활한
Well, how did you, I
성격이었다면
mean, as a side note, how did you enjoy having a monastic experience? How was your monastic? How was your experience? But yes, we do appreciate regardless all the same, as it really does help out and brings more Wagi Squad members to have badges next to their name and be part of my anime. It was fun. Good. So far, I'm wanting. So I guarantee there's no way they're going to basically not have Kim do something cool. Refrect trial boss is a bit too easy though. Oh, unlike Ricardo. For all we know, they intentionally did that so you could have access to the bamboo-hatted Kim skin.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
It's interesting though. I wonder if what they do is basically manifest your fears.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가
Angmail,
성공적으로 끝나면
destroy.
모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠. 직원들이 우세한 환경에 있습니다. 관리자님이 제 말을 집중해서 듣고 있었다는 결과겠죠.
That should be about all of them. It's crazy how much stronger she's become. Surveying the area with measured alert, Ongdu cast the blood from her sword with a few sharp flicks before sliding it back in the sheath. Huh? They're not changing back. Doesn't look like beating up the distorted ones reverts them back immediately this time around. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events. In a way, let us search for clues while the time allows us. Right. You take that side, Ongdu. I'll search here. Ezra and Ongdu moved as though they were in some kind of situation. Without even taking a moment to catch their breath after the battle, they began searching this place. Really? Don Quixote was the first to voice her doubt in a surreal, unfamiliar situation we found ourselves in. We bowed distortions upon our arrival hither, yet never before have I beheld our surroundings change with so sudden a flash. Really, I cannot make sense of this situation. Couldst thou render a detailed account of this distortion phenomenon? Ah, apologies. It would appear I overlooked the briefing due to the urgency. This is, according to the presence of Lady Moses, a location type distortion. It's basically when a whole space distorts and even single places and buildings can't move on their own. The distortion gets fixed in a certain space. As for this one, looks like the distortion's already progressed pretty far along. Middle stage probably. They don't usually get this big, but this one's covering almost an entire street. And those people. They entered the space and got caught up in it. And our job now is to get to the bottom of this phenomenon. What exactly gets people caught up in it? And what happens once they're in it? We can't really rule out the possibility of a powerful distortion that's encroaching upon its environment. Oh, by what I mean when a distortion bleeds into a space around it and warps it. Oh man, I'm actually talking like our team leader. Rubbed off on me, I guess. I just wanted to stop by and say hi. I'm sure the Limbo story goes well. I'm sure this will always be happy and positive. You've played enough Limbus to know. Or you've seen me play enough Limbus to know. Ezra continued with a sheepish giggle. In any case, we won't be able to suppress or cure the distortion even if we whoop this guy's butts 100 times. We need more clues to help us locate the inflection point. Maybe we should examine these people over here too? With a call, Ezra directed our attention towards the collapsed people all around them, all of them clad in dopo robes. And these are the glyph emblazoned upon their headbands. Chu bespeaks propulsion and pursuit, marks them as Chunokons, functionaries charged with scouring and hunting runaway nobis. You hail from the homeland as we do. I'm unsurprised that you know of them. I could fail to know, for I, too, was enumerated among their quarry, scientists and technicians being dispossessed of their stations in escort, after all. So, it was no idle tale. Scientists who ply their craft without fattening S-Corp's coffers are seized forthwith and made nobis of the corporation. Indeed, I count myself fortunate to have absconded with my friends before the brand of Nobi could be impressed upon us. Otherwise, Nobi, the wretched application conferred upon the people for the convenience of those in power, a vile practice and excuse of their power-mongering. Nothing more. The so-called taboo hunters of S-Corp operate by this same anatomy. Does the breaching of taboo summon the hunter? Or does the hunter first seize his prey, to thereafter frame the captured with invented transgression? If the powerful so desire to chase a man down, to take the possession of his very being and keep him caged, then we only need decree that he bear the lot of Nobi. Such is what S-Corp has become today. My mentor, too, is one of the victims of that accursed practice. Then, could these people have been sent out to capture your mentor, Is or Yi Sang? Or me, perhaps, or none of us? You mean to say that they may be conceptual forms of Chukons generated by distortion? That is a plausible conjecture.
We're getting nowhere with this clue hunting.
With a heavy sigh, Otis pressed her fingers against her brow as if her head was starting to pound in frustration. Delve further into this matter. It is unnecessary to determine why the S-Corp and its Chukons have appeared as motif of this phenomenon. Considering the course of events we have seen so far, would not stand to reason that distortion stains all nearby things with memories most foul. Presence of Chukons suggests a possible correspondence to Yi Sung's memories. Conversely, however, the absence of T-Corp's time collectors weakens the hypothesis. In which case, the most plausible theory is that this particular distortion could have stemmed from bamboo-hatted Kim or Ongdu's memories. Ongdu furrowed her brow and fell into thought, as though she couldn't grasp the full picture of the problem. I've seen a few distortions that show trauma or affect their surroundings, but this one? I'm not getting a total pop of inspiration. Can't even guess what distortion wants either. The white flash of light suddenly drowned my vision again as Ezra clutched her head and cried out with annoyance. If only the team leader was here. Cracking this would be a piece of cake. And we're back. So this is why you kept saying whether we'd see any bursting with a pop. The Incorp employees must have had a rough time too, getting dragged into a distortion like this. I mean, what else are we supposed to do? It was self-defense. They were about to attack us. I suppose finding the root cause and taking it out would be the fastest way forward. Let's just do what we can for now. Okay, first we need to develop the film we found here. We'll head to the nearest dark room and not actually... Nah, actually, let's first drag that slippery hat-wearing Colt back here and get him talking about the Chukuns. That's probably our best bet. Every time we take a job, that slacker just slips off without telling anyone. As part of me watched Ezra stamp her feet in frustration, I was also following Heathcliff's team through the other part of my vision. Oh, I think I can help with that. Have you located him? Huh? What, Boss Clock found something? Yep, I found where Bamboo Hatted Kim is right now.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는
Film.
절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일 테죠. 이젠 좀 알 것 같네요. S사로 떠나기 전까지 제가 현장 추리팀에서 무엇을 배워가면 좋을지.
Dun 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 dun. $60, $80, $100, $120. Oh, sweet. I can bring in another nurse father.
자유로
전시 준비는 대상 확인했어.
부름이라면 기쁘 사냥감을 찾은 건가?
Flashed film. Am I dumb? Faust, Don Quixote. Middle, nurse father. Heathcliff is ticket or textbook. Why do I feel like I'm mentally missing something? Is there a House of Spiders individual I'm not thinking of? No, I have most of them in mind. Yeah. Yeah. Valencina. Okay, so that means Gregor and Mersault don't get any House of Spiders.
배워내겠습니다.
Okay.
벌써요? 매뉴얼을 좀 더 꼼꼼히 읽고 가야... 네.
내 작품 또 보고 싶었나 봐.
화점
배워내겠습니다.
출정이
이 소리는
반드시 팬다. 아비들도 거미.
Meanwhile, Heathcliff's team. Bloody heck, what is up with these gits? They keep showing up out of nowhere. But how would you know? But how should I know? But judging by the get up, they seem like escort fellas. And things were going so well, we could have talked it out with these fedora guys who were rummaging around the place, you know. But no, you had to go barking at them first. Would have saved us a whole lot of trouble if you hadn't, right? Oh, so it's my fault. Those packheads look like they were nicking stuff. This is our contract area, ain't it? If they walked off with something important, we'd be catching heck. Listen, bud, not everyone's itching to swipe hair coupons into their pockets the second they get the chance. Oh, for how many bloody months are you lot gonna milk that? Excuse me. What, you got a problem with me too, mate? No, not at all. Just wondering whether that gentleman over there is also one of our enemies. Is that your end of the troupe performance? Shame. I was really enjoying watching you folks dance. Must have mistaken this place for the Peach Blossom Land of Legends had there been a cup of fine makegoli to go with it. Yeah, that's an enemy, all right. He has a name tag too. I think it says LCD? LCD or whatever. Who gives a toss? Am I supposed to put up with ever Heckard having a dig at me? Oh dear. Such bold swings. Didn't know there was an encore to that performance. You slippery little rat. Well, I do find this amusing enough, but if you intend to play with me, you ought to be more aware of your surroundings. Hey, behind you, there's... Wow, he took out all those doppel-wearing people with just a single strike. I'd say that about covers the price of admittance for your troop circus, wouldn't you? Well then, I leave the rest to you folks. Wandering blades and Murim tales never linger on the stage after all. Oi, where the heck do you think he's... Ah, darn it.
갑자기 저놈들 힘이 솟는데?
Durante.
뭔가 사기를
마날리소.
진작시키는 행동을 한 것 같네요. 파악 후 공격이 필요하답니다.
True, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Absolutely destroys them. Refuses to elaborate any further, leaves. Bamboo-hatted Kim, you cool man, you.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
당신들은 상관없을지도요?
Go, Singular. Homura.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어우, 제대로 꽂혔는데.
또 방심하다가 당하셨네요. 하지만 아직도 할 수 있으신 거 알고 있습니다. 조금 더 해보시죠.
Homura.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Gosh, they roll high.
당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
빈틈투성.
Oh,
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓이게
Interesting.
되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
Just go for it.
아니란 빈트 꿰뚫어주지.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어.
전술의 승리네요.
대단한 지위인데 관리자가
Oh,
아니라
excuse me,
지휘관
guys.
정도 아니야?
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
싱싱.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh. JK.
훌륭한 단말만 해요.
Oh, such good ingredient.
큰 흐름을 뒤집은 건 아니나 좋은 움직임이로구나.
Ooh, here we go. Closing time. Installation. Boom.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼
Good thing you aren't playing this in the dark because of the blinding light.
예상한
예술적이네요.
것보다 움직임이 더 좋.
So let me get this straight. Dude was here just a minute ago, and now nobody knows where he wandered off to? Yeah, bloke just turned up out of nowhere, flapped his gums, then did a run-in before we could grab him. Ezra let out a long, listless sigh, as though she was getting even sick and tired of complaining about Kim. Lady Ezra, I cannot say your frustration is misplaced, yet I trust you are also aware that, more often than not, Mentor's actions have carried a profound design. He has never left his post without purpose so far. No, I get it, okay, but come on. Would it just destroy him to give us a heads up before he goes zooming off again on his own again? It's not like we stop him. What are we gonna do? Tie him up? Lock him in a closet? We don't do that in our team, right? Remember last time, we all thought he was being such a good patient when the LC got infiltrated. But nope, when the LCE got infiltrated, he snuck out without telling anyone and came back like none of it ever happened. And the team didn't even chew him out for that. Lady Ezra, that's... Oopsie, wasn't supposed to mention that, was I? Then... the reason he failed to participate in the operation was simply because the LCD was lax in supervising its personnel. Is that what you're suggesting? Lady Moses bade hold our tongues for this very reason. She very well knew Mentor's intentions would be misunderstood in precisely such a manner. What part of this have I misunderstood? Did you not disclose this man has deserted his post without authorization? That's the thing. He wasn't just wandering around. He was outside all alone, taking on the ring automakins who had locked down the elevator that heads into the LCE department. Yeah, it's not like he was dealing with the strongest enemy out there, but the recovery ward didn't have an emergency alarm, and nobody from the department was there to warn him either. He somehow just caught on and did the job himself. Huh. Heard it's all thanks to the facilities team managed to get... Thanks to him that the facilities team managed to get the comms back up in contact. That LCE chief dude way faster, and that helped the LCA to actually deploy. They would have been delayed by another 2 hours if he didn't step in, apparently. And he went fighting even though he wasn't fully recovered, so he came back looking like he'd been processed through a meat grinder. So yeah, he did end up staying in bed like a good patient. in a lot of pain. Then the soldier is not entirely deserving of reproach. BH Kim versus 120. You can trade that yourself with BL Salt. Anyway, we were all stuck inside the building back then. So fine, I suppose there was no helping it. Today though, never mind. It's always like this with him. He always slips back, pops in, saying, "It's done." My point is, what happens if one day one of those solo missions doesn't go the way his way and he just drops dead somewhere? How are we supposed to help him then? Actually, how does he even know what what's supposed to be done in the first place when nobody gave him any instructions? Luke's gotta be relying on his gut feeling, isn't it? Gut feeling? Look, I only saw the bloke for a bit, so I can't say I have him all figured out. He's annoying, but he didn't strike me as some clueless sod who doesn't know where he's stepping. Heathcliff scratched at the chin, then kept as though he were stating an obvious fact. Kept talking as though he was stating an obvious fact. Today's proof enough. He's not one of us, so Clockhead could have reached him that far and sent him back up, and there's no way he happened to run into us when we were about to get into battle, isn't it? Then, well, could be the bloke's got some stupidly sharp head on him and pieced things together. Could be that. But I've got these memories when I get a flash of that gut feeling, however you want to call it. My boss man, Matthew, said he could hear that kind of heck too. Said, I can hear them gears turning, or I think I hear rats scurrying about. They do things you couldn't make heads or tails of. Listen, there was this one time where we were expecting a life and death fight. Matthew says he can hear them gears turning, walks into a random pub, starts throwing drinks like he'd lost his bloody mind. That does sound like someone who's lost his bloody mind. Back when I was on the ship, some sailors used to drink the barrel dry before battling whales to blunt their fear, only to stumble around on the deck and fall overboard. Yeah, and boss could knock it back like a whale. Still, the point is getting plastered right before a turf war's not what most sane people would call a good idea. Had us all cross, so we went stomping after him. And guess what? Turns out that the pub was some secret hideout where the opposing syndicates all holed up. They were crowding around the gaffer, running their mouths about how they'd heck him and put him to the end and put an end to the dead rabbits. That's when we all came storming and had them surrounded instead. Not a single one of them got away. We beat them bloody, every last hecked, and the boss knew it'd play out that way. Sorry, but this really sounds like barstool bragging to me. You sure this wasn't just a coincidence? I should think it was no mere chance. If you're saying as much, then surely there was but one among many such coincidences. Is that not so? Yeah, every time Matthew pulled one of those stunts, a lot ended up growing bigger. Wouldn't have kept so neatly if it were just a coincidence. It is likely what is often referred to as indeed an instinctive sense or experience-based precognition. More accurately, an unconscious process by which information accumulated and an unconscious process by which information accumulated in the subconscious and converted into sensible conclusions. There have been extremely rare cases, even Faust, on further analysis. It would appear that he was employing a mechanism similar to sixth sense, as some people would call it. that a compliment or are you taking the heck out of me? Though my mentor does not see fit to explain each step he takes. When all is past, I often find that no footfall of his was taken in vain. I would ask of you, grant him but a little time and wait. Keep waiting, and the shape of his intent may yet become clear. Though I confess I have been concerned about him as of late, his recent silence is far heavier than what I have noticed in the past. To wait. Don Quixote began, hesitated, then stopped herself with saying more. She only gave a quiet nod. Yeah, okay. I suppose our team leader has his own reasons for letting him be. That said, doesn't mean I'm happy about it. Let us return to the task at hand and do what we can for now. Fine, fine. As the others quieted down, I finally had the room to notice the place we found ourselves in. There wasn't a single ray of light, just a deep red hue pressing in from every side. I can't believe we've been chatting in the dark this whole time, fellas, and the red lights aren't helping at all. Especially with my aging eyes. Ooh, are you looking for the light switch? It's right here. And right then, don't turn on the light. I heard Mersault's clipped warning, his voice coming from a corner I didn't expect to find. Mersault? Where are you? Ah, there he is. That corner. Is he washing something? I'm developing the film roll, manager. Exposure to light might ruin the entire roll. Please exercise caution. So, he'd been doing his own thing. That explains why he was quiet all along. Huh. Didn't think you'd know how to print photographs, pal. What's that for anyway? You expressed the wish to have the film developed, manager. I'm carrying out that instruction. I see. A photo first, studio first, and now a dark room. This may be no more than a conjecture, but it would not be unreasonable to suppose that the axis of the distortion rests upon a photographer. The film serial numbers either match those found in the photo studio or deviate by only a single digit. It's certain that this dark room is connected to the studio in some way. The images bear a striking resemblance to those photographs. I also believe this building and that photo studio share a strong connection. Oh, where did you get these photos? I brought some from the photo studio. I cannot name the locations of the pictures with certainty yet. They all appear to have been taken at various places in N-Corp's district buildings, mostly. Hey, wait, I know what these are. People take pictures like these when supplying stuff to the department store. Correct. The photos have been taken by a docugrapher. Mersault chimed in, holding up an odd cylindrical container in his hand this time. He gave the container a shake every now and then with a measured rhythm. Whatever he seemed to be doing seemed to be part of the process of developing the film. Film rolls are hardly affordable to the average resident in N-Corp. In most cases, taking photographs is also done as part of a professional duties. There are approximately 21 occupations in District 14 that utilize photography. However, only a single profession involves routinely photographing specific buildings, adhering to fixed standards that can be observed in these pictures. And these docugraphers you mentioned are the people entrusted with that job? Yes. They photograph the information to be poured into a canned experience. A docugrapher? How could a person of such a decently lucrative position fall into distortion? Decent job, maybe, but how do we know if they're a decent person? Ezra replied with a clear-cut answer after only a brief pause. What makes you say that? The photo studio we were at didn't have any dark rooms, right? No, it didn't. My team leader said there are other ways of processing film rolls, but in N-Corp, you have to go to the darkroom to develop and print them. Correct. Film rolls are immersed in developer's solution to be processed. Which is why photo studios have these dark rooms equipped with red safe lights right next to them. But this place is pretty far from the photo studio. Huh. Yeah. Now that you mention it. Check out these windows. They're covered by newspapers. Messy, like, if you consider how sensitive film rolls are to light. It's really suspicious that this darkroom doesn't have any proper blackout panels. And you know, films can cost a fortune in some place in the city, right? Who in their right mind would print photos in a room patched up with yesterday's newspapers? Oh, this probably isn't even a legit darkroom. Someone just hauled the bare minimum and tools needed to develop film and threw them together in a hurry. Someone who didn't want to be seen printing photos, and people who don't usually avoid scrutiny unless they're doing something not so decent. In this case, then I can see why they might have distorted, right? Manager. Marcel came to my side quietly, still giving the strange cylinder the occasional shake. I have a request regarding your instruction to develop this film roll. What is it? Please ensure that the light room is not turned on until development is complete. Are we already doing that? Yes, however, engaging in battle opens the door to uncontrollable variants. This is why I've judged to make a necessary separate request. Battle? There's no need to concern. I'm capable of participating in combat while maintaining the development process. Oh, wait, can you slow down? A battle, you say? Surely there must be cause for you to believe so. Reinforcements arrived at exactly 11:34 seconds after N-Corp pinframe staff were defeated. Deductions based on the events thus far make it clear that the photo studio and the Stark Room share some kind of connection. Furthermore, Sinner Heathcliff, Honglu, and Gregor have battled in N-Corp's pinframe team in this very location. I hear footsteps rushing up the staircase, approaching closer and closer. I have a feeling I know what Marcel's getting at, but I ask anyway. Meaning? The initial rinse is finished. The process is now halfway to completion of the second agitation. 11:30 seconds have started. A battle is imminent. Please withdraw to a safe position. Marcel, you should have warned us way earlier. Understood, manager. I will follow that instruction going forward.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을
Wait,
뜻하죠.
there's a battle and now there's not a battle?
지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도
Something sits ill with me. Amid the sprawl of escorts back streets distorted with the flesh, Angdu had her gaze fixed somewhere high overhead, and at the end of her gaze, are these photographs? A long line stretched across the open air, photographs hanging from it like laundry clipped in a clothesline. I mistook it for a kumjul at first and gave it little attention. Yet upon closer look, I saw pictures hanging from the line. Perhaps they took something from within the dark room when the distortion took hold. Bizarre. Observation of unaffected elements in the space occupied by a location-type distortion is most irregular. Indeed, the items we bore from the studio have already changed into images of various sites of Escort, yet these alone remain as they were. Let's take them down and check for ourselves. Just as I was wondering in line was perhaps too long for me to reach, Marcel stepped forward and plucked a few photos in that instant and brought them to me. We heard another pop, and again, a bright white flash blinded my vision for a moment. Good grief. Distortion likes to change its mind, huh? Keeps switching between S and N Corp. This feels like getting caught in a flashbang detonation. My whole body tenses up, then goes slack right after. The other sinners were busy grumbling about the distortion and its sudden jumps, except for Marcel, who stood right before me with the photo still held out in his hand. Oh, you didn't drop them? No. He gave his usual answer, then returned his attention to the cylinder he was shaking. He took the film out of the container, flicked the liquid off of it with clean, controlled motions. Is the processing finally done? Wait, we're back with the lights now on. Is it okay to take the film out? Yes, exposure to the light will not damage the film once its development is complete and the image is fixed. There is no cause for concern. That's a relief. I couldn't say I followed all the technical details, but no cause for concern was all I need to hear. Sighing in relief, I held the photographs up so I could take a proper look. So, see anything odd in there, Manager Bud? There are people in them. People in these photographs look different from one another. If I had to pick one similarity between them, though, they all looked cold and indifferent. Yeah, that's the city, all right. Or any folks you'd see anywhere. These aren't like the photos we picked up in the studio earlier. Are these kinds of photographs they use to make canned experiences? What was that? The scenery around us seemed to ripple just now. I was about to ask Faust if she'd felt a strange sensation, but fade away soon enough. Perhaps it was nothing serious. Maybe it was a spell of random vertigo? Is it even possible to get dizzy when I've got a clock for a head? No. Marcel must have noticed I was out of sorts for a moment because he seemed to pause on purpose before answering my question. No, I thought you said doxxing had these photos to put into canned experience. Raw ingredients for canned experiences are handled exclusively by Grand Magasin Sisyphe. There is no known method for external parties to access them. Sisyphe what? Oh, I think I've heard of it. Canned experiences, right? They're in demand in other districts too. But only brand stamped with Magasin Sisyphe. Same name every single time. I remember some of my classmates were bragging about trying them whenever exam weeks came around. Never had one myself though. I can't really explain it, but something about them just feels kind of wrong. It's that popular, huh? The unprocessed base content of the canned experiences, known as experience matter, is supplied to reprocessing, where docugraphers fine-tune their experiences' details. Photographs are primarily used for that purpose. They can fine-tune experience? An easier example for understanding would be to consider why docugraphers take pictures of subjects such as buildings. A purchaser may wish to experience living in a luxurious building they can never afford. Another may wish to vent out impulses of violence by experiencing the burning of an expensive property. Demand for haute couture canned experience is increasing by day. So that's why the photo from earlier were of all fancy buildings. Yes, manager. Conversely, concerning ordinary experience that can easily be encountered in reality is in low demand. Then why photograph these residents at all? Perhaps these were not the images invested for their commodity value, but pure photography and of itself. Mayhap they have been captured for desire to seize a vanishing instant through a lens. There are some people who take photographs knowing it would cost an exorbitant sum. I have seen some before. A staggering amount of money just to take a single photo. This is if they could even manage to find a photographer who'd risk to help them take the picture. I'm not crass as to put a price on sentiment, but spending this much money on film, what could have made this investment worth it? I'd say maybe this isn't a matter of sentiments, or memories even. Leafing through the photographs, I quietly expressed my thoughts. Executive manager? I'm not exactly an authority on distortions, but I know they manifest through desires or emotions that become warped in bizarre ways. But everything the distortion has shown us so far points back to S-Corp. That is, S-Corp from the past. Only Kim and Ongdu would have seen and remembered. These photos, though, they're completely untouched by distortion. Doesn't that feel off? There must be a strong fixation here, strong enough to even slip past the distortion. And if the obsession is something that refuses to let the memories be influenced, I think our next step should be taking a look for the people in these photos. These photographs are the only undistorted clue that we have. Dante says it would be advisable to locate the people shown in the photographs. Ooh, good idea. Team Leader said we should accept input from LCB with open arms. Hey, Ongdu, can you get me to the office catalog? We'll probably need to commission an office affiliated with the Seven Association. Can someone tell Ezra we're fine? I think I know where we can find these people. Dante says one of the people shown in the photos has already been found. What? When? How? Well, guess I'm having a lucky day. I pulled the radio from my waist and switched it on without answering Ezra's question. WDRC? I think she said, do we regroup clock? That one was especially hard to understand, Ryoshu. Rhodia's with you. Can you put her on? Okay. Rhodia, you there? What? Dante wants to talk? One sec. I kind of went overboard. My hands are completely full. Pastries. What kind? Just one of everything. Neat. Can you grab a brioche and some baguettes for me too? Love the ones from the street. They're so good. Hold on. I gotta readjust the pile if I want to just throw them on the TF. They're packaged. You can't treat food like that. Babies have feelings too, you know. How would you feel if someone was treating their precious babies like trash? This scabbard is rattling again. Anyway, Dante, can you give me a quick second if you need to fight? Need to cram these in my pockets. No, it's not a fight. Huh? What's this on about? In the wicker basket and the first photograph. Where's that bakery you're at? Oh man. There's a lot of reading in this intervallo. My throat is giving out. We're still going. Water break. Water break. I'm gonna go refill my water, take a minute to drink some water, take a minute to breathe, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes, all right, guys? So go get up, stretch, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be right back once I get some more water. All right, welcome back, welcome back. Okay, got some water, got some time to actually chillax. All right, let's keep going. We got more to go through till we're done with this interval. We're almost there, I think. It says like clear 9:26, and then we're basically done. But let's keep going. I hope you guys were able to get a good break in. I know what you're looking for. The owner of the bakery was a woman holding the same wicker basket as the one in the photograph. She took one place look at the picture I held up for her and gave a quick nod. This man, he works in Cannery 17. He's a regular. Well, back. Thank you guys. Hope you guys had a good break yourselves. And these co-workers, I assume, they're wearing the same uniform? Asking the question on my behalf, Otis showed the baker another photograph. Probably. He was wearing that one too. I guess it's the cannery uniform. This confirms our next lead, executive manager. A few inquiries at the cannery should bring us the information that we need. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that she doesn't seem very concerned at all. She's one of the people in the photographs that weren't affected by the distortion, right? But she'd be a close acquaintance. Hello, Ekta. Zwain. Allow me to verify, executive manager. Do you know the name of this regular you spoke of? His name? Am I supposed to know that? Though I wasn't expecting her to actually know his name, the apathy evident in her voice gave me pause. He took a photo of you. Wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that you're well acquainted with him? Oh, that. The baker's demeanor changed when Otis pressed the point. She gave a strange, unsettling smile before pulling something from her apron pocket. A thin and round can-like object. He said he'd give me 5 of these canned experiences free if I let him take my picture. He even said he'd throw in a docugraph of the building of my choice. He docugraphs buildings, right? I hear he takes work trips to the Nest every now and then, so I asked him to get me a docugraph of this lovely mansion I saw in the Nest suburbs. I know I'll never get to afford a beautiful place like that, but this way I could at least experience what it's like. Gosh, it was everything I ever hoped for. There's a distinct eeriness in the dreamy, blissful smile on the baker's face that sent a chill down my spine. Young Mersault, are these can experiences truly possessed of such marvels to pluck all semblance of reason from the countenance? They maintain demand across the city. District 14 is only one of several markets. Dost thou mean those who indulge in canned experiences may experience venturing on the great expedition to the Great Lake? And the bungee jumping off the summit of the skyscraper yonder as they remain seated where they are? They may, however. Oh, a magic can, allowing one to pursue any dream the heart may conceive. Verily, I confess my own soul is much tempted. It differs from pursuing a dream. Mass-produced can experiences are made from base experience matter mixed with various modified information. The resulting end product enables intense simulation through altered memory. Therefore, it is unlike a dream as expressed by Don Quixote. A piece of memory refined along the numerous processing stages of Cannery's productions lines is not equivalent to genuine experience, meaning the usage of the experience in her previous statement must be amended. Memory is altered for intense simulation. That does sound quite shady. What else how doth this cast a shade upon the boons granted by the can? Adventure and tales are, forsooth, inclined toward a little grandeur. Is it because memories provided by canned experiences are extremely vivid? Statistics have shown that users of cans interpret them as authentic experiences and become dependent on them. A possible cause of a formation of dependence is that can experiences allow one to feel as if one has achieved a dream that is in reality impossible. Art thou implying that the users are made content with devouring forged dreams stored in instant-use cans? Worse still, the user may strive to chase dreams in the waking world. For the sweeter and more splendid a dream is embellished, the more impossible it will appear to be grasped with one's own hands. It became a cause for surrender instead of inciting one to march forth. Verily doth it not annul the significance of dreaming itself, that the resultant dream rouseth not the spirit to gallop towards it? Whether that annuls its significance, I cannot know. But they sail well. So, how much will you be buying? By what? You came barging in with all these questions, and I was patient enough to answer them politely, wasn't I? Don't you think you owe me a sale or two? You're not about to leave without buying a single loaf after crowding off my bakery and scaring off my customers, are you? Case was on point, actually. With our whole group gathered around, the passerby gave us a wide berth and hurried on, whispering among themselves. Nobody was about to come in and buy bread like that. Come on, lady. I practically cleared out your shelf already, didn't I? You did? Where the heck are you keeping it all then? Do you even gotta ask? Of course I had some already, and the rest is safely tucked in coat pockets. So you already ate some. Let's buy a little more. It's true we scared off customers. Understood. Given that the expense is made to facilitate, the lack of prior budgeting should not pose a problem. Oh, nice. Sesame rice bun for me, please. It was Kim. He really did have a knack for making an entrance. Hey, mister, where have you been this whole time? Wait. Be cross with me like that, but just give me a moment. Ezra paused, waiting in puzzled anticipation. Only for Kim to take a sesame rice bun from the baker's hands and chomp into it. All right, I'm ready. Freaking waste of bread. Oh. Ezra's angry fist drove straight into Kim's solar plexus, folding him to the ground, crumpled like a sack of potatoes as he rolled away. At this rate, the owner might start charging us for the whole bakery, roof and all. Let's get away from here. Stagger. Manager. Mersault approached me as we walked down the street, with Ezra and Kim still squabbling behind us. He was holding a roll of something brown and tightly coiled. I have completed development of the film, per your instruction. Oh, so this is the film, that canister you were shaking. Did I just unroll it? Hold it up against the sun or other sources of light. As it is a reversal film, the images should be visible as they were photographed. I had no idea what a reversal film meant, but I did as he said and unrolled the film. Okay, I can see it. Huh, that's pretty cool. Oh, is it showing? Can I see too? Move it over a bit. Let's have a look. Let me have a look too. It was hard to make out the details because the images were too small, but I could tell the strip was packed with almost identical pictures. Is this the same person in every shot? In the same pose? All of them? Huh? No. You're right. Wait a second. Do you see this arm here? The further on the strip you go, the longer it gets. Yeah. And the head looks like it's turning to the right. Huh? We were all squinting up at the tiny frames on the film when Sinclair suddenly flinched and went stiff like he'd seen something he shouldn't have. A second later, all color drained out of his face. Sinclair? What's the matter? This reminds me of something I learned in school. You draw a picture in the corner of a stack of notes or a thick book in the exact same spot on every page. You start with the arms down, and you make one small change on each page, nudging the arms up higher and higher until they're raised all the way up. And when you flip the pages fast enough, the drawings stop looking like separate images. The still figure starts moving. This class was called Intro to Motion Pictures. I remember that the footage we watched all the same way. Are you saying this is a continuous sequence of still images? The arrangement of frames suggests that the film strip is highly likely to constitute footage, a violation of N-Corp's taboo. Ooh. And I thought N-Corp was all upset. Yes, I will recharge in kefaloons. N-Corp was all about crazy women with hammers and nails. Which I don't think is super far off, but you know, that's okay. We do battle. Oh, crud. You're telling me that Ratatouille is illegal to watch in the city? It appears so, Neo. It appears so. You may not watch Ratatouille in the city. You may only watch Ratatouille. As soon as we heard Mersault's words, my hand reflexively threw the film to the ground. Are we okay? We might have just broke a taboo. My mind began to race, rapidly traveling back through our journey, specifically to the time when Don Quixote had smashed that window at K-Corp and caused the wing to wipe out our team multiple times over. I felt faint. At least we had Virgilius with us, and then it ended up not being that big of a deal at the end of the day since I could revive the sinners, but some nasty taboo can get us in some serious trouble just for carrying anything that has to do with them, can't they? I hurriedly turned toward the sinner, many of whom looked as bit as troubled as I felt. Still, a few of them expressed a casual lack of concern, citing all the crazy things we've gone through so far. Miss Faust, what'll happen to us if this gets the manager ended? Okay, so this is it, huh? Stop freaking out, guys. They're not ending, and we'll be fine. N-Corp's not gonna end you on the spot just for possessing a film roll. Really? Well, it might be a problem if the film roll does record genuine footage, but it's not like you guys had a hand in filming it, right? When the N-Corp dudes get here to pick it up, just comply with the comments, thank them for the service, and nicely hand it over to the authorities, and everything should be a-okay.
There is possibility that everything will not be okay. Because I have developed the contents of the film roll in the darkroom.
Oh.
The court will take the lack of intentionality into consideration. However, it may be very likely that my actions will be deemed as aiding the primary violator of the taboo.
Really? But team leaders said that the N-Corp has their own regulatory standards regarding image quality, which they use to determine the severity of a taboo violation. If the footage image quality or frame rate is within regulations, N-Corp won't be sicking their fixers on our butts right away, and it could buy us some time to give our company leverage to make a deal, however small it might be. Because they're really sniffing around for is how close to reality the video is, or how close of an experience it provides to real life. So even if we're really, really unlucky and they usually come after us, it's going to be fine as long as the footage is low fidelity, probably. So what exactly does frame rate within regulations entail? It is the interval between each frame. Shouldn't be like super brief. Think about photo slideshows. They are the only things that show you one image every few seconds, so it doesn't feel real or vivid, right? You can technically call them motion pictures, but there's no vividness required to violate a taboo. Then let us analyze this film roll and see how vivid it really is. Mersalt, I trust that. Could this film roll be considered a violation? Otis picked up from the film from the ground and showed it to Mersalt. That cannot be determined. Unless each frame is analyzed and compared with its adjacent. Without waiting for Mersalt to finish, Otis unrolled the film roll and raised it toward the sky. The rest of you, get over here. We must analyze these frames. The film canister was labeled experiment, so I assume the culprit had created this as a test run of sorts. As an experiment to see how close they could get to violating a taboo and testing the limits of the law. It may be a mere collection of similar photographs that are pretending to be recorded footage. The sinners all gathered around Otis and looked up the unrolled film in unison. Here, the flower pot moves between each frame, doesn't it? Doxographer could have possibly have moved the pot while also holding down the start button. I don't see any difference. See here, the expression risen on the subject's visage appears rather stiff. Maybe they're just a gloomy soul. Perhaps yet, observe closer. The stiffness arises not from gloom, but from the strain to maintain. Oh, if that's the case, the subject really is trying to fake an actual footage by moving very slowly. It's a pretty convincing theory, but I'm not sure if that's enough to conclude that we're clear just yet. That's when bamboo-headed Kim, who had been sprawled on the ground ever since Ezra punched him, stepped into the conversation. Let's see. Look at the shadow cast on the windowsill. See how it noticeably shifts between each frame? Whoever made this knows their craft for sure, but I can't imagine a backstreet dweller would have any way to mess with the sun's trajectory. Bro was taking a break. It's bamboo-headed Slim. Bamboo Slim Jim. In which case, the film roll does not violate the nest taboo, correct? That is highly probable. So he says, Executive Manager, we should be in the clear, at least in regards to aiding the violation of a wing's taboo. Ooh. But if he was willing to go through as much trouble just to test N-Corp's patience, it's hard to believe that he would have stopped here. Based on all available evidence, Executive Manager, it seems reasonable to conclude the inflection point of this case is a taboo violator on the run. Huh? But what motive would they have to do that? Sure, working for a wing subsidiary has nothing on being an actual wing employee, but it's still pretty up there when it comes to careers available at the backstreets. Work for a subsidiary long enough and you might even get transfers to a factory job in the nest. It gives you a pretty good chance at an okay life, so maybe you're just tired of living through that kind of life. Everyone has one of those days, don't they? The sudden feeling that you could be doing more with more than live the rest of your life in a 9 to 5 heck? The drive to do something that takes you away from the pressure of trying to make a life. Something about what Ishmael said seemed to have tickled bamboo-hatted Kim, because he suddenly whipped around towards her and shook his head. Maybe, but how many of those people do you think are capable of throwing everything away on a whim? From what I've seen, maybe our culprit just likes to play with fire. Play with fire? Yeah, must have started by doing something that technically doesn't count as a taboo and inched on until he brushed thrillingly close to one. One thrilling shot through this camera, another within the next, until eventually he ended up recording actual footage. Cool, then that leaves the question of what the heck was he trying to do with it? Might have been trying to screen it using a projector for all of the part of the back streets to see. What? But wouldn't that make everyone here, even those unwittingly come across the projection? Right on. It'd have made folks violators of the taboo. But why would anyone... So, would you care to explain how you know that, Mr. Breadbrain? I walked around the opposite street, and apparently some guy's been going around asking the workshops if they could make him a projector. Seemed like most of them turned him down, but they also said that he stopped showing up after a certain point. Fair to guess that he got his hands on a projector somehow. Alas, it is not a violator. It is not a taboo of NCorp to view recorded videos. Well, it ain't a taboo if you only made a projector, isn't it? Backstreet's blokes aren't down for anything as long as there's coin. So how do we track this guy down? Multiple individuals in the same garb as the pin frame team have just been identified. They are all carrying the same briefcase. Oh, isn't that convenient? Maybe we'll play like this. Maybe we can play this like a festival or a convention and just tail people so they'll lead us where we need to go. Indeed, at architecture conventions, there would be those in formal plaid shirts and suspenders milling about. I could always trust them to lead me to the convention venue. And was it common for these plaid shirt fellas to look like they were scanning the area? Did they also go around checking people against photographs? They also radio each other, glaring at people like they're glaring at... Perhaps you could answer the series of queries yourself. Nope, this crowd doesn't look like they're gonna let us follow them.
너무 약 올리신 것 같은데요. 적의 기세가 확연히 달라졌어요.
감상은 어떤가요?
배연해. 옳다. 가속 펀치! 나부터 상대해야 할걸? 제대로 돌려보낼 생각은 아니시죠? 그려낸
Go Squad. I'm just taking a moment to allow my voice to break while we're going through Mnestic experience. It is a very heavy text one. Text Intervallo.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 존재도 익숙해지셨네요.
잠깐 저릿해.
타겟 무력화 확인.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색을.
보여드리겠습니다.
Go, Ezra Miller.
원망도 옅어지.
エリートオペレーターの身の腕前です。
Stiletto.
훌륭한 단말만 해요.
개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
감상은 어떤가요?
샴페인을 가져오기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요.
Dang, I need Night Owl's Greg. Night Owl's Gregor is so good. Such a good character, such a good unit. Genuinely. So strong. And so tremor. So strong. So tremor. So tremor. Ongdu is just crushing it right now.
술적이네요.
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
네, 완벽한
Go.
도리였어요.
Tibia's melody. Curtain close.
괜찮은
자세가
공격이네요.
모르겠네.
앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
Ongdu is actually cracked as like. It's funny how she had such troubles earlier on, but now she's just absolutely destroying. Guess it shows how important prosthetics are in the city sometimes.
마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신금을
Pursuit.
울리지 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을 선보이고 있는 것 같네요.
마지막까지
CD Osir team.
이번은 칠 수밖에.
숨겨둔 수를 드러낸 모양이구나.
I mean, she was crazy earlier too. Despite getting jumped and nearly dropped before we ran up the building to confront Kim in T-Corp, she was clearing fours of the Kurokuma Wakashu. That is true. It's not like she was easy to beat. I'm back from laundry. Hello, laundry sir. Laundry boy, Koishi soap.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Welcome back. Koishi nope.
감동 확보. 이야.
실수일지 의도일지
저희를 헤아릴 수
그려낸다.
없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상책이지.
Rian's song would never let you attack him. Fool.
Adieu.
Your own cowardice.
これが必要な戦いであれば
그려낸 대로.
훌륭한
차포장이라
반말이군요.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
So I promoted him to LARP King. Who?
치명적인 한방이었어.
Oh,
거의
Yisang.
진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
호흡을 멈추고
The man, the myth, the legend. Yi sinking gloom. Yi sank.
장수가 이어졌다면
I was so confused from when I was like, who?
그게 무엇이죠?
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
네, 완벽한 돌입이었어요.
시원합니다.
장수가 이어졌다면
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면 얼마나 좋습니까?
검문 확보.
이어.
단단히 포기하지 마시게. 이게 심장이 첫 번째로 됐기에.
검수망 모드!
여관에 가면
감상은 어떤가요?
발이에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요. 귀와 요격,
장수가 이어졌다면
効果的な攻撃です
귀와 요격. 겨냥 상수.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Bleed and burn are funny to watch go off.
대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만
Burn. Burn.
敵は深手を負っています
그려낸 대로
셋째.
공격 능력 평가?
이 순간이
야구?
배워내.
제대로 고쳤는데.
원망도 이어졌지.
예술적이네요.
돌아오고 있어요. 뒤틀림에서 다시 사람의 형상으로. 살수의 방식으로는 절대 도달하지 못했을 결과일
Where's... There she is. Keep having to remember where she's supposed to be. Hardly a challenge. What? Phew. Well, at least they're not much of fighters one-on-one. Service de clause, not combat specialized department. Well, they have undergone basic combat training. They are not prepared for head-on conflicts like this. Yeah, I noticed. They kept taking pictures of us with their briefcases. I'm guessing that's their primary job description. What are they snapping away for then? Just from behind our backs like a load of creeps. Collecting photos to include in their reports to the higher-ups, I'd wager. I can kind of see how they'd think we're involved in this. Every time they followed a lead, they ended up encountering us. Hardly surprising rationale. Marcel stood a footstep away from the rest of the sinners and watched in silence as they came up with an explanation. What is he thinking? What is it that he wishes to say, or is it simply contemplating, observing without any preconceived notions in his mind? His silence shouldn't have been any different from his usual reticence, but as though by some chance or a whim. Hey, Mersault? I was struck by this sense of brief yet distinct strangeness and was compelled to speak to him. Yes, manager. Don't hesitate to let me know if there's something you want to say, but aren't you sure if you're supposed to say it? Yes, sir, manager. I will do as ordered should one such circumstance occur. As always, his reply was deflatingly concise and direct. As though he had some rule of his that told him this was a specific response for situations like these. Okay, but I'm talking about right now, actually. Do you have anything to say, like, right now? No, I do not. It did not appear to me that he was trying to hide anything or choosing his words in response to my question. His response was simply that, an answer, nothing more. Yet, yes, a prepared answer down in a list of responses. That's what it felt like to me, as though this particular answer had always been the one he had available for situations like this. Clearly prodding him for answers wasn't going to get me anywhere, so with a curt "sure if you say so," I turned away and took off to join the other sinners. As I did so, a few words lingered on the top of my proverbial tongue, asking to be let out, so I did. Would have been nice to know what you were looking at. Of that. He spoke. I cannot form a judgment. What? That is because the precise definition and nature of the subject of my gaze are just as unknown to me as to you. Should you point out the object or enemy, if you require such information, please rephrase your question accordingly. Had I asked him again, had I tried to get to the bottom of that line of questioning, could I have found myself the smallest peek into Mersault's psyche, which had remained entirely shrouded in mystery even after an entire year of traveling together? I suppose that's not up for me to judge as well. Manager. Yeah? Another battle is imminent, as you've previously instructed. I have informed you of an imminent battle. Yo, Boss Clock, are you gonna sit there all day while we're doing the fighting? They're pouring out of the building over there. So they must have been on their way to the building. The path seems clear, Executive Manager. Let us neutralize those foes and head up there. It should be right there. The brief flow of battle came to close. Battling enemies who arrived precisely at the time Mersault predicted. We made our way into the building. Bloody heck, them blokes we fought downstairs must have been weaker than the bunch. How Zencorp has this many guys on their payroll? There's no end to them. Huh, it is a wing, after all. Are these the taboo violators? I thought the culprit worked alone. No, I'm quite certain they're the ones from subsequent reports. The N-Corp fixers appeared just as confused as we were. It was clear to me that they were expecting to find the taboo violator here, not a big group of a dozen or so people. What were they thinking? Sending fodder like us to deal with an organized taboo violation? Should have sent taboo hunters instead. Why do you think they told us to consume canned experiences containing mass melee combat? They must have thought our current manpower would have been suffice to deal with this. I don't know about that. Wait, wasn't there an extra report? That one of them's, all of a sudden, with a click, the room began to buzz with a metallic whir of some kind of machinery. And immediately, I could tell what it was. Distortion. Standing in the middle of the shabby room with a device I wasn't sure if I'd seen before. The exterior was plastered with strange shapes that looked similar to what we'd seen on the Chukoans' faces in our earlier battles, making it difficult to grasp its full shape. The round object affixed in place began to rotate slowly, with a dull, worn-out groan of a thing past its prime. Men, shield your eyes! The moment it began to emit a faint rain of light, Otis thundered in a, "What are you munching on?" "Nothing." The device could be playing a recorded video, Manager. Even a brief look at it could constitute a taboo violation. I saw that. I'm so finished. Just as panic began creeping into the voices of several unlucky individuals. Oh man, folks, this is starting to get a little embarrassing. A sleepy voice breaks through the darkness past my, metaphorically speaking, shut eyes. Mentor? Eyes open, Angdu. What's wrong with everyone? Got dust in your eyes? Got milk? The heck's wrong with you? Don't you know anyone that watches even a split second of recorded video in Ncorp gets... Of course I know, but I watch it anyway. Open your eyes, esteemed video fellows. This motion picture isn't recorded. Hang on. He's right. The video is not a recording. Possibly emboldened by Kim's comment, or perhaps believing that seeing the video could be excused as incidental exposure incurred while subduing violators, the Ncorp employee opened their eyes and began to mutter amongst themselves. Is that thing talking to us? I finally allowed myself a good look of a machine, which was firing a conical beam of light against the wall. And this was its message, delivered via white words on the black background. So you've tracked me down this far. After what I went through to take refuge here, I still ended up finding this place. All of you, blindly consuming fake experience after fake experiences without the care of the real thing. Case number TC3224. You are under suspicion of a category violation. Reveal yourself now and forfeit your recordings. Should you comply, we will... What is foolery but a witness buffoonery in the absence of fools? The hallowed vessel bereft all but lingering delusions, grants not even a brule of echo and a dogged excretion of tools. Mean to obstruct our official duties, we won't hesitate to use force. Without even so much as turning around, Membu-hatted Kim raised his sword and parried away the Ncorp employee's nail-shaped weapon. I'm only speaking as my whim guides me, my dear fellows. No need to get so huffy. I only aim to say that this abomination has no consciousness. Through what I went through to take refuge here, they still ended up finding this place. It's repeating the same sentences over and over. Now, what does make me wonder was I just as far gone when I distorted, past all words and reason? I mean, if anyone had an answer to the question, it'd be you folks, right? Kim said nothing more. He turned a piercing look on us, all the while effortlessly swatting away the Ncorp employee's attacks. As though he was goading us into telling him the truth. Well, don't suppose there's any point in asking. I am no different from this abomination, just as it wields that contraption. I must have wielded the only thing I really known, the blade, transforming into a mindless fiend, consumed by a mere tool, cleaving through both friend and foe, unrestrained. Hey, Junior, are you still on about that? I tried to avert my eyes, I truly did, but such disregard is easier said than done. How can I, when that distorted being has no qualms showing me the... Doesn't he know how rude the unsolicited reflecting of fathoms of one's hearts is? That's got to be illegal or something. Illegal, I say. Turning a customer into a thug on a protection racket run. A mere ant before a car in motion to a swerving driver. Conjured dead fellows before the heart's eyes of their mentor. It's simply unconscionable. Rude as heck, as some might say. My poor heart almost burst out of my chest, courtesy of you. In that split second, I think I saw Mercel's eyebrow twitch. Battle's imminent, manager. Just a natural response to sensing an imminent battle? A blinding flash followed by an explosive bang. My vision went white and decided to take its time coming back. And when it did, the first thing that revealed is the particularly unsettling landscape of S-Corp, followed by bamboo-hatted Kim surrounded by a small army of Chukon-kun. Mentor! Keep that up and you'll shout me deaf, Angdu. Isn't it about time that we grow accustomed to such sights? Mentor, still do I wake from these dreams drenched in cold sweat. They might not bind you and drag you away. That isn't so bad, is it? It's just like these folks so far, unlike earlier when... Another flash. What was that? Everything went dark. I don't understand what's happening, but first things first, we have to neutralize everyone here and get our mission back on track. Adjusting projection. I've been straying far and wandering all day for this exact reason. So, that was its mechanism. Faust? The words began to rapidly shift before I had a chance to talk to Faust about what she meant. To the one who finds comfort in setting lies, I give you what most deserved your gaze. Pop again. Bollocks. I'll be blind before today's over. It changed. It did? Unlike the earlier instance, one of the distortions is different from the others. As Mnestic identified, there was something different about this group of Chukun. This time, they were accompanied by someone else, a warrior in armor wielding a sword that was just as tall. That armor, and a great Huando of the South Circle, to be reunited in such manner. The warrior drew a bow that hung from the waist guard and nocked an arrow. I suppose this is how it would have gone down had you been the one to grab me. Military Commissioner Im Gyup. How do you fare, friend? The warrior loosened the nocked arrow, which soared into the sky with a piercing whistle. And with that air-splitting sound as their cue, the Chukun began to swarm us. Ooh, boss fight. Din, 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 din. Din, 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 din.
전술의 승리네요.
Sing him, Yi-sung.
대단한 지휘인데 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
나부터 상대해야 할걸? 직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 발업 기계는 언제나.
Though it's fair that you don't know yet. What's fair that I don't know?
검문 확보. 이어.
네르프 정렬. 원색적으로. 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말따위.
That's spoiler, not yet.
빈틈
Oh,
구성이군.
I was looking down, thank goodness.
스틸레이터.
Stiletto.
특별히 보여줄게.
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
Go ham.
완벽한 대립이었어요.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
That you have absolutely no clue who they are? No, that's just a big general person who Bamboo Hatted Kim clearly knows, and that's about all I know.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
임파스터.
Impasta. Oh,
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않으면 무위무능한 법. 우선 전황부터 살피지.
현국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는
interesting.
칼을 휘두를 일 아닌가.
감상은 어떤가요? 들리세요? 한 사람의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
괜찮은 공격이네요.
소리와
앞으로도
호흡을
그렇게만
멈추고
해주세요. 단수가 이어졌다면
분량 5배.
Ah, melodic tibia.
그게 여기 심장
이제야 신뢰를 좀 내시네요. 단수도 이러면 얼마나
임파스터.
예술적이네요.
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
네, 완벽한 돌입이었어요.
시연합니다.
Kaboom!
판도는 유리하나 교만하면 뒤집어지는 법.
그래서 어쩌라는 거지?
경계.
Let's have some of my better clashers. Clash against this thing.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지. 여섯째.
It just has a lot of shield, that's it. Clashing is pretty easy. It's just very tanky.
아비규환.
주분께서 너희에게 거는 기대가 크더군. 최선을 다해라.
주군께서는 사소한 실수로 책 잡지 아니하시니 너무 긴장하지 말고 임하게.
빠르게 처리하지.
Closing time. Installation.
그럼 안녕히.
옳다.
단단히 포기하지 마시게.
지긋지긋한 전투가 드디어 하나 끝났네요.
Ouh, le fauvisme.
발광, 차단.
내렵다. 정렬. 원색적으로. 하나, 둘, 박살!
거기서 지켜보시죠. 복제 완료. 건물 확보.
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
This bow is annoying. Bow of the homeland. Bow of the homeland. Bow of the homeland.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으니 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
임파스터.
유효하군.
And
敵が来ます。皆さん、戦闘
oh,
の準備を。
say your farewells,
어디서도
nerds.
볼 수 없을 색채.
Homeland got some crazy tech, I gotta say. We've got the power of freaking
대전. 불!
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 좋구나.
몰아치는 것을
I heard Japanese and was immediately saddened by the reminder that I missed the Arknights collab. I am sorry that it caused sadness within your heart and soul. Furioso. Replica.
치명적인 한 방이었어.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
감상은 어떤가요?
Ping.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
당신들은 상관없을지도요?
감상은 어떤가요?
이 순간이 다 되어내리라.
귀와 요격, 함수, 정리노화. 약점을 잘
임파스터.
노리셨습니다.
더 이상의
이제
주태를 보일 순
해결사의
없죠.
방법도 익숙해지셨네요.
Oh. I shall set my form aright. Just a little more. I think we might be able to smash this dang thing to smithereens. Yeah, it's really hard to focus on one thing when the huge warrior is zapping in and out of reality as soon as we make ourselves an opening. Make our lives a whole lot easier if we could just get rid of one of them. The battle seemed to be taking a toll on the sinners, more so than usual. It wasn't that we were up against an insurmountable foe. Not even close. Not to mention how Ezra and Angdu were helping us out, but... Shite. Haven't they gotten enough about time to give up, isn't it? Oi. Don't you go legging it again.
That big sword-carrying fella sure is kicking our butts, but I don't know if they're the key to solving this distortion. We ain't exactly flush with options, are we? The exit's blocked and it ain't like we can stop mid-flight to strategize. While the battlefield constantly shifting and flashing between N-Corp and X-Corp, we simply did not have the breathing room to focus on either projector or MU, who was swinging the great blade with frightening force. Besides... Ongdu, go cover his back too. It shall be done. N-Corp was sending far too many people at us. There weren't that many at first, but it seemed that the sudden spike in employee casualties in an area so close to the nest had alerted N-Corp to our location. How do we get out of this? Faust, Otis, help me out here. I decided to rack my brain trying to navigate a situation I know so little about and instead rely on the sinners with possibly more experience in the field. First, I need to know what way to deal with the reinforcements, and second, will defeating Imgube destroy the projector and bring an end? If I may speak freely, Executive Manager, it is unlikely that our present force will be sufficient. Not only is this battlefield situated in close proximity to the enemy stronghold, but there is an unpredictable variable in the strange machine that makes neutralizing even a single wave of enemies difficult. I regret to be the bearer of bad news, but we are trapped in a battlefield with but a single exit, which the enemies have already backed. Without reinforcements of our own, there's little hope of prevailing through the current predicament. Yeah, seems that way to me too. But maybe if we can neutralize the distortion phenomenon, at the very least. Faust recommends entering the Dungeon of Fathoms as our exit. Dungeon of Fathoms? But how can I enter if I can't even talk to the Wait, maybe. He says that all you have to do is read what the note is in front of the distortion. Apparently, some kind of code. Right. Keywords! This one seems to be a location-type distortion, which means the bright flash takes us to N-Corp, or the twisted character of S-Corp was still in rage. In other words, as long as I have the right keywords, I can summon the Dungeon of Fathoms anywhere from within it. Okay, so what are the keywords for this distortion? Hohenheim had provided us with necessary keywords as the distortion back then, but this time we had to figure it out on our own. First things first. One of them has to be photographed. It's obviously been present throughout this entire phenomenon. Experience. Yisung put his 2 cents, having briefly retreated from battle to the backlines. There is an undercurrent of obsession with experiences shining in his every trait. It might have aught relation to what has caused his distortion. Experience. That concept alone lacks substance. It must be something more grounded, something that is synonymous with experience, while maintaining a through line to N-Corp's technology that was the core of his obsession. Canned experience? Most likely. Thanks, Faust. Alright then. Photograph canned experience. Not seems to have transpired as of yet. It didn't, but I could feel it. Are these the kind of photographs I'm used to make a canned experience? So that's what the strange sensation was. Mentioning that word shook the distortion and caused the rippling effect. But it clearly wasn't enough to open the Dungeon of Fathoms. How many other keywords could there be? Scraps. Sorry? Oh, I thought we were taking turns sharing what might have caused him to distort. And going by the way you folks were saying your piece one after another, I thought this was to be some sort of Zen riddle. No. Not a Zen riddle, no, but where'd scraps come from? See, when enjoying the benefits of slacking off work, all sorts of mundanities come to possess far more interesting qualities, sometimes even revealing secrets invisible to eyes focused elsewhere.
Taking our person of interest to wit, he has been poking around this area of town with an eye-wateringly expensive camera and tow. Each tale adding another facet to the long saga of a once-driven man, a man with a can-do attitude, uncanny ability, and a clear path toward Nest residence, who became so bewitched by photography. And that went on until he found himself reduced to a pauper, barely making rent on a scrap heap of an apartment. In pursuit of his ideality, the man lost grip of fortune and reality. I sought out his apartment and found a few scraps of his writing. When cold rain drips through the roof, when mold and tepid humanity together encroach from the earth, the mind begins to wander, lost. Eventually, madness is evoked in a form indistinguishable from drunkenness. The pauper loses himself. A shadow darker than Kim's face crept beneath the shade of his eyes. Though it would be less to say I hadn't heard his voice echoed in fathoms, distorted by guilt and regret. Perhaps I shouldn't be surprised by the fact that this distortion has, among the countless people here, taken a particular interest in Bamboo-hatted Kim. Photograph, can experience, and scraps. Like inserting the final piece, the space before it's momentarily warped and flashed, opening a pathway to distortion's fathoms. Well then, we'll be right behind you, Executive Manager. Miss Ezra, this is the gateway to one's fathoms. Huh, this is it, huh? Neat stuff. But, before she could finish, Ezra had to redirect her focus from our discussion back to the battle. Most of the sinners were caught in the same predicament. Some managed to disengage from the battle and prepare to enter the Dungeon of Fathoms, but Honglu, Gregor, and several others were still busy holding off N-Corp employees. Even those who aren't chained to Dante here can travel through the pathway once it's open, so yeah, let's not drive ourselves into a narrow corner. I'll keep them at bay. Hearing that, Bamboo-hatted Kim stepped up. My sword arm's not what it once was, but it should be enough for this. Besides, I have little wish to set foot in an ill-omened place entangled in such a bizarre mess. Is that really what he thinks? There was something in his eyes that led me to believe there was more than just staying behind to protect our rear. He was... what the heck? Eh? What a terrible front. At least try to pretend to make it sincere for us to believe you. Do you think that terrible excuse was gonna fly? What are you trying to do? What are you trying to avoid, Swordstringer? You're not some trying to kid get out of his homework. I remember hearing that entering would bring the spiritual fathoms of distortion is gazing into. Then what lies inside must be my very own, for that is the abomination. That is what the abomination is gazing into. Excuse me. It's decided. You're coming with us. We ain't about to walk blind into a place we know shiz about. Guide us in there, mate, yeah? Oh, that's... He keeps it simple. You try that too. Learn that way that homework, like summer reading, doesn't go away just because you don't... Aryashki's scabbard vibrated cheerfully in agreement. Stop harassing. Go do your summer reading. What was that you said? Face the homework, save the GPA? Face the sin, save the ego. Face the homework, save the GPA. Go, Junior. You guys, LCB2. I can handle them on my own. Hey, who the heck do you think I am? I'll show my team leader. I'll show you why Team Leader Moses felt safe sending me alone. This was basically a Monster of the Week situation. I wanted to show you guys how to handle the inflection point, but I guess you never really can have it all. Well. Guess I'll have to save or trust the two OSR IR team newbies to handle that. Now that I think about it, I think I'm setting a pretty solid example as your team senior, aren't I? I don't like this, but it seems that I have no choice. With that, Kim shook his head, joined us, dragging his feet all the while. I shall take the vanguard. Be warned. I can clearly see that, Ongdu. Bring me a ladder if you're really that worried. Have you need of one? Mere jest, you needn't worry. Victory. Face the homework. Save the GPA.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
You have to quote that in class at some point. Do you want me to look like I'm insane? Are you dumb? Are you serious? You're going to kick me over some pizza? Are you serious? Well, yes. Over some pizza? I've quoted in class, only one person understood. It was pretty funny. Are you serious? That's how I've been living my life. Then my life, my photographs too. So this is S-Corp, right? Oh, sweet lord, it is reminiscent of my homeland, but the sights are much too hideous than what is compared to the rest of my memories. Hideous was apt. I wouldn't be surprised if this was an S-Corp themed haunted mission. This is a place hardly fit for human habitation. Far more dilapidated than was once expected. Thou sayest that people inhabit these lands for truth? Really? I think it has a cool vibe. Vibe's my foot. I don't think I'll be able to get a wink of sleep in here. The lives of the downtrodden, beset by 1,000 wolves and 10 folds of struggles. And the streets inhabit that which reflect reality. Many times had I contemplated in consternation how the folk here had even the will to live on. The shadow that had begun to haunt Kim's face still lingered. The distortion reveals the fathoms as those it gazes into, as Kim had said. Perhaps this is how S-Corp is reflected in Kim's eyes. On the days when the skies are spotless blue and without orders from the counselor, I would scale to the roof and change. I thought it to be respite solely mine, yet in the mirror world, another has walked here before my arrival. I join him, looking up the thatched roof of the choga. Beneath it, a wicked tunnel have I passed, and now I witness myself before the one who shall strike the head from my torso. There was a figure standing tall next to the building, staring defiantly up toward the man on the straw roof. Im-gyo. Are you home? Are you home? I asked. What a strange visitor I have. Why not call at the front gate if you've come seeking the master of the house? Be not like a dog barking up the wrong tree. It's unbecoming. A dog? Really now? I can see you up there, lounging on the roof. I'm not going to speak to the door like I am blind. Has a spell of some sort befallen the day? To have such a odd occurrence transpire twice, successful. The work of a bewitching spirit, I say. What's so bewitching about checking in on someone? Isn't it odd that a high noble military commissioner of our esteemed corporation would come in person to simply check in on how a lowly mercenary fares? You know me. Aha, she certainly knows her jests. She marches forth in war-strider armor, yet expects no violence. She wields a two-handed great blade like a demonic yaksha, yet harbors no hostile threat. Intent. Why, who else would she be other than military commissioner Gyung Yup, the principal of the famed Im family? You are certainly in the habit of speaking in hyperbole. I am not so noble that I deserve to be complimented with the epithet so grand as the principled. Not a compliment, you see, Commissioner. This is a rhetorical technique known as a backhanded compliment, in which I darn you with praise, for you are bound by your precious principles that you would be unreasonable to betray them. Does an officer ranked second ordinate have no wit to engage in such banter? Why am I out of line, as they say? You two are friends, right? This was our first meeting, so no, not at the precise moment. I know I'm just saying that if I were her, I wouldn't ever let myself become friends with you after such a bad first impression. Can't imagine becoming friends with someone who keeps pushing my buttons. Maybe, but people do find friendship in such personalities if they have a taste for prickliness. You've got a friend in us, don't you? You have a point. I guess I do have a habit of pushing people's buttons too. But still, I hope you're not seriously comparing the way I talk to his sassy, gotcha-digging, pun-riddled... Well, the world we live in is a vast and diverse one. Consider yourself lucky when you're surrounded by quirky characters. It's because of that same luck that she took the joke well rather than respond by trying to cut off my head. Though I must admit the rumors of your sharp tongue do you no justice. The streets speak of a man they call Kim Lib, a man who had once intended to pursue the path of the brush, yet with sheer power of will, gritted teeth, and a scarred heart did he find this path of the sword another way into the nests. As the right state, chance counselors sworn guard at that. That's you, isn't it? Ah yes, superlatives, yet in reality it is merely found the path of man butchery as the way of life. Directed in compliments you have towards the right counselor, if you will. I am but butchering what happened to fall on your blade. Ah, no compliment. Just the word on the street. Huh, you're a quick learner. And spare me the fancy reading my name. Watching you pretend that pompous posturing comes naturally painful. Spell it as bamboo-headed Kim. Huh, and he does veer away from the line. I'd rather be corpse cold and dead than stay in line. Have a shred of mercy, O mighty one. If I'd come all this way here to punish you for every little misdeed in manners, I would have laid you out and split you in two, 3 ways before the riveting dialogue brought us this far. Excuse me. Hi, ma'am. Hello, Michelin Internet. So, feel safe to continue traipsing outside of the line, but in return, would you answer a few of my questions? I've been watching you from a distance for a while now, and really, stalking someone. It's not very principled of you. Sure she didn't give you a good wallop after that? No, truly a mystery, isn't it? Besides, she did give me free rein to continue traipsing out of the line. Couldn't let it go. You sure have a way with words. Perhaps yet are such japes not expected among fellowships of close mutual bond. They don't look like friends yet, though. So care to tell why she's been watching you? Ah, I was engaged in age-old pastime of throwing walks. Save them for the festivities of Dano. I was throwing walks at passers-bys. Fie on thee! This is a wrong deed, good sir. I suppose it is. People of Pipio and Sal, in particular, found it distasteful, and they did not let their discontent be hidden. But the P and downtrodden cheered me on. The P and downtrodden cheered me on. To a degree, they found it cathartic. Oh, curious then. Is it a right deed or a deed not right? Pipio, Sal, is it true that thou art describing? It is a well-known truth that S-Corp is known by its other name, Salpepia Io Agrio Industries, a wing specializing in general agriculture and livestock industry of the city. The vastness and the depth of its responsibilities have necessitated such divisions of labor. Thus, District 19 is split into 3 court circles responsible for differing aspects of the industry: Sal, P, Piao, and meaning flesh, blood, and bone, respectively. Oh, as a scientist and researcher who once toiled at S-Corp, you must have the persecution of P faced firsthand. It is believed that the Trinity was designed for balance, that they would provide assistance and when requested and keep one another in check. Alas, the noble intentions of yesteryear now lie sullied. The Trinity, now degraded to 3 quarrying band of profiteers blinded by avarice, relying not on honor but betrayal and perfidy to claim the top of the triangle. An adherent of flesh claims position of the chief state of counselor and monopolizes rights as the common folk starve, which such shameless conspiracy permits not the common folk to even till the land as they please. Thus the common folk are reduced to livestock, bleeding out hanging from a hook, while bone and flesh collude with the emancipated, who shall claim the severance of flesh and bone and force them both to yield. An oft-heard poem when walking the streets of S-Corp. Oh, oh. Then the people with whom they targeted with rocks were... They weren't people. Rats. Rats? Oh yes, the counselor finds rats detestable. Much better to stop them from a distance if you want to crush them. By any chance do these rats have a habit of sneaking into the royal court to better pilfer what the common folk rightfully deserve? They certainly suffer from a case of kleptomania. So you purposefully threw a rock at his feet to trip him, knowing that it was a kleptocrat? Is there aught you find funny? Speak, if you do. I could use a good laugh by now. Just heartily expressing my gratitude, that is all. Those whose corruption is revealed ought to readily receive their scholar at Ora Barnes. They gall us to scamper away with expensive prosthetics. My men have trouble apprehending them until now. Well, if that is your intent, you are invited to leave a token of gratitude somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps I'll happen to pick it up. Wouldn't have gone into the dungeons teeming with real vermin. Oh, I was going to do just that. So, will you stop being a sword and be a human again? What? When do you clock out? Return to the Cloga when you're human again. I'll buy you a drink as thanks. Ha! She's a funny one. Mentor, this fellow you mentioned fondly was. Correct. Haven't I mentioned her a few times as this drinking fellow I had left behind in S-Corp? I must say, I found that relationship most intriguing, that a military commissioner of the Sal faction would fraternize with the bodyguard of the Right State Counselor, who was of the P faction. Angdu's eyes had widened, her voice rising unconsciously. It's news to me that you had ties to the second ordnance official, a military officer with command over high-ranking employees of the wing at that. Well, I was in the service of the Right State Counselor, who's the first ordnance, you know. Well, that might be true, yet you would still like to know why I, with a powerful friend, ended up in exile from S-Corp? Yes, your silence over matters is why I've come to introduce you as reticent. We have made the bloody lineage our home, for S-Corp availed no home, but you, Mentor. I'd rather show than tell. Let us proceed, shall we? This enchanted place seems intent on unearthing all of my past, both savory and unsavory. All shall be revealed in due time. We followed without a word. Oh, this Intervallo has a lot to it. Goodness gracious me. Service de Clau. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유.
Hello, cool dog. How are you doing? Are you doing what you can as a
개체가 유리한
cool
조건을
dog?
이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과 제 지시만 있다면 그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
Hi, good. Yes, good. Yes.
그려낸다.
We coolin', we doggin', we it and the floggin'.
임팩트.
실수일지 의도일지
감사는 어떤가요?
없다면 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 낮도 밤도 치 숨이 닿도록 베어내.
눈빛, 검은 확보, 좋구려.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
약점을 잘
임파스터.
노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 종법도 익숙해지셨네요.
귀와 요격 떨굴 수 없는
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
어허, 제대로 붙였는데.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라.
이제 한 사람의 상황을 보이며 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
여기가 네 약점인가?
예술적이네요.
여관에 가면 또 한참을 떠들.
시원합니다.
바리에게 해줄 이야기가 또 늘었군요.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
셋째. 그 슬픈 가사.
적에게 치명성을
이제야
입혔군요.
실력을 보여주시네요.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고
낮도 밤도
제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
숨이
저는
타도록
언제나
배운해.
옳은 말만
効果
한답니다.
的な攻撃でした。
The Flagroot Cane Sword.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
敵に変化が見られます。
시원합니다. 빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
전술은 승리네요.
대단한 지휘인데 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야? 검문 확보. 이어.
임파스터.
실수 있지, 의도 있지.
저희를 헤아릴 수 이 순간이 다 그 용도를 고민하는 것이 상식이지.
검문
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 타도록 배운해.
공격 능력 평가? 양호.
제대로 보셨는데.
귀와 요격.
전투가 이어졌다면 누구나 떨굴 수밖에.
치명적인 한방이었어. 자비에 감사도.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
임파스터. 개체에게 일격을 가하는데 성공했습니다.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을
샴페인을 돋보기엔 너무 이른 타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력, 효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
이제야 실력을 배웠네. 그래도 이러면 얼마나
훌륭한 단말이네요. 예술적이네요. 이 상처를 기억할지.
내가 있는 곳까지 흔들리던데.
네, 완벽한 돌입이었어요.
차단.
훌륭한 제압 성과를 낸 직원이 있군요. 효율적인 결과를 위해서 이쯤에서 관리자님은 칭찬의 말을 건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요. 물론 진심까지 담길 필요는 없습니다.
아무것도 아닙니다.
Angadu. Oh, well,
꽃을 피워볼까요?
and then there's some story here. Onwards we go. No, I can't be. My life, my experiences, the memories I record are different. Alas. Kim came to a stop with a grim look on his face. Again, I'm returned to this day. His voice had dropped the same morose pitch we had heard before. Mentor. I have been here before. Ah, have you had a peek at my memories when I distorted? I must say it's a bit embarrassing to have my deepest, darkest secrets revealed like that. Kim grinned sheepishly as though to clear the air, but it was becoming rather clear to me what he was doing. That his flippant demeanor and seemingly devil-may-care attitude were but a mask to hide the true darkness in his heart. Darkness. Then this must be, indeed, the right state counselor's estate. Someone whom I had once protected, thought was worth protecting. Kim pushed open the door to the main gates and made his way into the front yard. Watch out, Angdu. Take a tall step over, or you might trip. Ah, there were bodies splayed across the yard, and I couldn't dare start counting them. I felt a faint,
I felt faint watching the aftermath of the carnage. Some were decapitated, some of their torsos split diagonally, and some of them were so mangled that I could barely tell which parts belonged to who. Are they not retainers of the royal court? What were they doing at the councilors? No. Were they defeated by assassins? Assassins did infiltrate the estate. Yes. You're looking at what remains of them. Though I had but a moment to glimpse it, I clearly remembered what the S-Corp logo I saw in Kim's Fathoms looked like. The hats these corpses are, or were, wearing are adorned with the same logo. So why is Bamboo headed Kim calling him an assassin? In this corrupt land, the right state counselor's life was always precarious as a candlelight in a tempest. Such is a fate for those who had the guts to speak the truth of the S-Corp. The most prominent among them, the left state counselor, with the chief state counselor's blessing, sought to wield his own private army to silence forever the tongues of those who would advocate against the corrupt. Private army? But they were prohibited in our homeland. So they're kind of like how the great houses of H-Corp each had their own armies. That is similar to what is happening, but not exactly. If S-Corp's circumstances were to be explained in plainer terms, it'd be akin to a situation in which the company whose employees outwardly appear to all be working on the same side. What assassins there had been in the past at least wore masks to hide their allegiance. I had thought this was no different, though with assassins significantly less invested in maintaining their disguises. Not realizing that I had placed myself in stone inside the tiger's maw. Looking around at the yard teeming with assassins, I recall thinking it odd just how many of them they had sent. Though this left state counselor's power had grown to loom over that of the king, I should have realized the brazen attempt on the life of one of the triumvirate to the counselors of the royal court would have been foolish. I have failed you, counselor. There were simply too many of them, as though they had decided that tonight was the night they would finally slay the counselor or end trying. And some of them had managed to get around me and reach the counselor's bedchamber. The moment I heard them reach the door, all strength had left me, and I fell to my knees. I, Kim Lib, the poor excuse of a bodyguard, and I have failed you. I knew who the author of the foul scheme was, the left state counselor. Let this be my final act of loyalty ere I depart in life. Though I am too meager a person to carry on your will. Counselor, what I can do is plant the seeds of terror, if only to shackle their blackest hearts from committing greater misdeeds. I shall go before the villain who contrived this betrayal and see that the favor is paid with steel. Only by such vengeance shall the counselor last close his eyes in his grave. Or so I had thought. What? Greetings, honored bodyguard of the right counselor. I see you have been hard at work. Accused parasite, I ought to flay you alive and reveal the wretched soul underneath. Some gall you have to show your face around here. Oh, here? You mean the home of the Honorable Right Counselor, who toils day and night in service to the royal court? I know the assassins were sent by the left state counselor. Get out of my way. I shall collect your head once my task here is over. Alas, the unsightly display of anger shames us all. All those who live by the sword, as uncouth as you, the cruelty of your darning words of oppression upon a decent man like yourself. Let's see how long you can... Heed me, soldiers. Arrest this mad butcher. What? The accused shall heed his crimes. 1 moon ago, of the right state counselor, the audacious contumacious effrontery is affront, but to heavens of man alike, the revered left state counselor found this offense to be so heinous that he commanded his men to protect his political enemy on the day writ on the letter. Yet a tragedy has struck. Oh, they framed him? Senseless drivel. I saw your men make their way into the counselor's bedchamber. The counselor? Might you be looking for the right state counselor here, alive and well? My lord? The vile wretch leaned down next to my ear and whispered, Perhaps you should have known where not to stick your nose. Did you really think you could overcome the entire private army in the left state counselor's service? He sent so many men to their deaths, just to lure me into a trap. Why? Now don't take this as a compliment, as you're not even the apex blade of the homeland, nor are you an ungum, but you have a rather egregious obstacle to the execution of my plans. Couldn't get through with the first thing in my plan, with you constantly getting in my way. Let's keep you nicely locked up and out of trouble. This can't be. What it's worth, young man. I'm sorry. I've come to realize the error of my ways. The truth is, though, Escorp is indeed a pond of turbid water. It was like those, like us, who had stirred from dirt from its bed and turned it cloudly. Fearing the worst, we arrived to protect the revered straight right counselor. 1,000 curses upon the villain in his quest from the right counselor's life. And that charcoal-hearted villain is none other than the counselor's sworn guard, Kim Lib. Heed us, O villain. Obey! And let the Orabans take you. You've fallen far, my friend. You who were considered candidate of the honor of Ungum. And the brand of Nobi sapping your strength. Even the mastery of blade will only dull. Are you here to be my executioner, Gyeongyuk? I hadn't received the orders to behead you, if that's what you're asking, nor would it befit someone of my station to sully my hands with an executioner's duty. How will you live on now? I don't know. That counselor has abandoned me. There is no path forward. Salpipio Agrio industry is more corrupt than I thought. Rotten to the core. This is where the game ends. Time to resign my stone. Indeed it is. Why are you freeing me? Once a game has been lost, you start anew and test other gambits in the next round. Why don't you stop playing this unfair game where the opponent always starts with stones placed on all 5 9-star points on the board, and find a place where you can begin anew in equal standing? As soon as they realize it was you who freed me, they'll come after you. It's okay. Unlike someone who has made a fool and fled after passing the royal examinations, I have the royal court's backing as its military commissioner. My position in the court isn't so fickle that they would cast me right away because I let someone go. You're a branded criminal. In the eyes of the royal court, you're just as inconsequential. I didn't think you were so kind to go against your honorable principles. Some things can't be done without bending a rule or two, and you are needed. Escorp's future is in need of those who are less bound by expectations, like yourself. Besides, it's not the rules I stand by, it's my own principles. I did say I owe you a token of gratitude, didn't I? Consider this a settlement of that. Gratitude and vengeance, after all, share common quality. They're both debts to be repaid. Gyeongyu, come with me. There's no hope left here. Left for Escorp. You said it yourself, didn't you? We'll never win as long as we play their rig game. Listen, they have a 9-stone advantage over you, but to me, it's as small as 3. I'll manage and keep my finger on the pulse. Besides, change doesn't always have to come from outside. The old wisdom says that to catch a tiger, you must enter its den. There, all done. Your bonds are severed. Go on now. Go, and build your strength beyond the walls of S-Corp. Yet beware of relying overmuch on foreign powers. I don't believe I have it in me to take up such a grand purpose. I'm done with S-Corp. You know who I am. I will go with the flow. Do as you will. Go with the flow. Be whatever you want to be. But I'm just hoping that the currents of the river will someday bring you back to S-Corp. That is all. Though I had left the rigged game, my records afterwards weren't stellar. The laying of stones on the board are always full of holes and mistakes. I joined the Blade lineage, became their mentor, dragged them into the library until eventually I cut down those who had placed their faith in me, self-defeating move after self-defeating move. Young Oop had let me go. I thought I escaped the Tiger's Maw. But as I let the game progress with the flow, I soon came to realize that my life was an endless contract of sequences. I was in a losing play from the start. Shadows dancing by the distant humanoid began to grow, and those in the attire of Blade lineage, one of them leapt over the wall like a projection of Kim's phantoms. Is malleable, then they must be after. Yeah, Kim believes that if the Blade lineage were to come back to life, they would want to end him. I believe the scene goes differently in Mersault's ID. Probably. Oh boy, we're almost done.
낮도 밤도 지나 숨이 닿도록 베어낼 것.
괜찮은 공격이네요. 앞으로도 그렇게만 해주세요.
야.
Oh, I hadn't realized Mr. Salt or Kim is actually fighting next to us. Monsieur Kim.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나. 어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
이제야 실력을 좀 내시네요. 평소에도 이러면
자비에
얼마나
감사하다.
좋습니까?
귀와 요격 함수.
전수가 이어졌다면
効果的な攻撃でした
빈틈투성이군. 빈틈투성이군.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
감상은 어떤가요?
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사하다.
Check the status effects under Kim's HP bar. Ooh, I am curious. Mr. Bamboo Hat.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えます
단단히 포기하지 마시게.
敵は深手を負っています
Brand no. Ooh. I like how he has Blade Lineage LCD Syndicate. Caution, caution.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
I hope I can see him use Yield My Flesh to claim their bones.
거의 진압되겠는걸요?
맞아. 여기까지 다 울리지 않았어?
He supposedly had that brand all the way since before he was in Library of Arena, which nerfs him pretty hard. Interesting. So it's crazy that he's still that much of a demon. Interesting indeed.
숨겨둔 수를 드러낸 모양이구나.
빠르게 처리하지.
이어. 거기서 지켜보시죠.
이 순간이 다 베어내리라. 낮도 밤도 지워 숨을 다하도록 베어내리라.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다고.
He's also pretty high level. Lei Hung is what, like 83? Kim is right there, well nerfed. How high level was Lei Hung now that I think about it? Lei Bung.
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
Lei Bum.
이 순간이 다하도록 베어내리라.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에
빠르게
놓여
처리하지.
있어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요. 생체 반응이 끊어진 개체.
I mean, Kim did fight a bunch of people and was the protector of an important counselor, so. It's not like he was just nothing. Here we go.
반드시 팬다.
The past of Kim.
거미집도.
Like a prey backed against the ledge, I am bereft. Left to bereft paths. My hand hesitates with no room to place against the stone. Misjudgments burden with contemplations harrow the mind indeed. Now all that remains is neutralize the one enemy combatant. Tell me, who's waiting for us there? You should know this place and its enemies are projection of your enemies. Memories. Not the hardest guess to make, is it? I expect to find Im Gyup in there. Young Gyup was a woman of loyalty and principles. Even as military commissioner, she never stopped wanting to change the way the royal court was. But she must have broken in the end. I scoured newspapers and TV for anything I could find. But it was plain as day that nothing had changed. Mentor, is that not but baseless speculations? Your concerns grow uncontrollably? Never have you spoken to us about such a monstrous one in the past. Thus, what lies before you is but a figment of distortion. Did this Imgyon appear as the monster as... No. Gyeongyup wasn't like that. Gyeongyup... I still believe that Salpipio Agrio Industries deserves to end. But the destruction's not the point. The point is that I wanted to be a place where I can cut away the avaricious, corrupted end. Have it be a wing that cares for its common folk. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were seeking to supplement the current of Escort. You know what I'm talking about. I'm just a wanderer, floating down the river's flow to where the currents take him. When the river bent and I hit a wall, someone picked me up and made a blade out of me. Once abandoned, I returned to the flow and found myself a mentor. And the river continues. You think I'm satisfied with the way S-Corp is? But your method, as it is now, goes against the principles. I expected better from someone of your wiles. If you enjoy those principles so much, then why ask me to leave the game? Because someone has to stay behind and try to change. I only hoped that one of those bends in the river of yours would float you back down to knock on the gates of Escorp once it was primed for change. Has that changed? What do you think? You at least seem to think that I have. Because I believe that I shall stand, because you believe that I shall stand in your path. Stand in my path and stem the flow of this river evermore. Very well. The law of denial of the will of the royal court is a crime deserving. I, Gyeongyup, second ordinand of Salpipio Agro Industries, official of the sword and military commissioner to the royal court, shall uphold the command and sever the buds of rebellion before they propagate. Now, you guys said the unfortunate part is that this fight is actually really easy.
부상 없이 나오는 게 최고야. 알지?
당신들은 상관없을지도요?
No, wait, what am I doing? Brilliant glory. Charge his ability. Yeah, Reflectile is more apt representation of her strength. Uh-oh. Angdudu, no. Go, Fey Lantern. Do not fear in the absence of brilliance.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
너네 분위기 완전 좋다.
Dun,
무전기 너머로도 느껴져.
dun.
네.
Be careful of what Kim does here. Dun, dun, dun. Dun. I wanted Unbrilliant so bad. It's okay. Maybe one day. Maybe one day it'll return. Potentially.
이 순간이 닿아도
You never know. Oh, my back.
낮도 밤도 지 숨이 닿아도록 베어낼 것.
이해하고요.
셋째.
합류 확보. 이어.
Impasta.
뭐가 뜻대로 안 됐나 봐.
기만
Uh-oh.
전술이 잘 먹혀든 모양이네요. 이제 각계격파만 남았군요.
Go.
감상은 어떤가요?
My bad, my bad. It's always hilarious when it happens though. Very suspicion, I think to myself.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
자, 차디, 나를 따라해 보는 거야. 짜잔.
짜잔.
이 순간이 닿아도 베어내리라.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
전술의 승리네요.
오, 대단한 지인데. 관리자가 아니라 지휘관이었던 거 아니야?
틈이 생겼군.
Oh boy.
내올 건가?
이용하는 것이 상책이겠지만
그분이라면 메웠을 거다.
그래, 부상자를 챙기지.
You know what? Unbrilliant glory.
시연합니다. 거기서 지켜보시죠. 건물 확보.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
God, it's so gorgeous. Unbrilliant glory is truly perfection.
이 순간이 닿아도록 베어내리라.
Ow.
예술적이네요.
I love that I still took like 500,000 damage.
앞으로 관리자님이 겪게 될 사소한 것 중 하나에 불과하며 그들 역시 입사했을 때부터 각오하던 일이죠.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
Oh man. I lost the clash to the projectile hard and the woman did 2,700 damage. What a fair amount of damage.
약점을 잘 노리셨습니다. 이제 해결사의 전투법도 익숙해지셨네요.
세연 종료.
이 순간이 다
とても効果的でした。
베어내리라.
Like, dang cool looking move. Also, ow.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
내려가 정렬. 원색적으로.
숨막히도록 견뎌왔고 절박하게 갈망했으며 헤아릴 수 없이 저주했으니
Homeland don't play, I guess.
내가 공격되는 애장 앞으로도 그렇게만 보여줄게.
Homeland never play. Homeland come in and win.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채.
Oh. It's time. He's ready to rend.
귀와 요격. 균형 삼수. 상전. 정민화.
옳다.
이 순간이 닿도록 베어내리라. 몰아치는 것을
効果的な攻撃でした。
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위.
She's not as powerful as I recall, yet way down by the brand, I'm not so far behind. I don't know. I think you're doing pretty well. Verily, they appear evenly matched, yet... He's wielding a sword like he's trying to get himself defeated. That blade work is far beneath him. Seeking the end, is he? Can you afford to look away in a duel? What are you doing? You'd rather lock your sword with mine than parry it away? Can't even have a proper sword fight without a blade lock through, huh? The duel between the mentor of a syndicate and military commissioner of S-Corp is neck-to-neck clash. The two warriors eventually lock their blades in a contest of might before the battle comes to a close, and a final bout, when the dust settle, the mentor lies in the sand, ended. If that's what you want, I will grant it. Good. Let's finish this. Just as bamboo-headed Kim and Im Gyup readied for their final bout, Angdu leapt in between them. Ah, Angdu! Are you really so ashamed that you would choose death over life, mentor? Are you so scared that you would rather live than die? That you would rather die? Yes, I am. I'm scared. I'm terrified of my own audacity to live my days as though I hadn't failed everything and everyone who had been misfortuned, who had placed their faith in me. My mission, my honor, my fellows through the path. Though my path isn't haunted by ghosts. As though I can stand shamelessly before watching the eyes through the heavens. What have I done? What have I even done with the life that was given to me? Blind to the realities of my homeland,
I served a master who chose politics over loyalty and justice. I cut down my fellows who chose to trust a fool like me. I walked my entire life as the flow carried me, and when I finally had the mind to look back, all I saw were blood, red traces everywhere. I'd gone. Isn't it about time I had admitted this game be won? That, mentor, the weakness in your strength has failed your mission. The weakness in your position has failed your honor, and the weakness in your heart had become the fiendish blade that cut down your fellows. Angdu, I thought you were here to tell me to keep on living, yet your words pain me so. What weakness of yours is it this time, that you would cast away your own creed in life? What other weakness will you use as an excuse? Stop trying to bear responsibilities not of you. The blade lineage was never your responsibility, nor was it about you, mentor. But does your overbearing guilt help you overestimate your importance? What was that saying again? Fellow travelers in the same boat will aid one another. Not a single soul demanded that of you. Talk about kicking a man when he's down. And I have had enough of that flippant larking of yours. We all have. Do you truly believe that not a single one of us had picked up on the fact that all your levity was a means of relieving yourself of the burden you had cast upon your shoulders? None of us ever demanded some impossible feat from you. What was that you always said to describe yourself? That you are but a butchering blade that wields not itself, a tool wielded by willing hands. Why, mentor, I know not what kind of shame or responsibilities a mere tool has, do you? Because I failed to see any. If the shame does not subside still, then shroud your face with the bamboo hat of yours and live on. Live on, so that you may repay your debts. Out of blades, out of arrows, even the heart that sought death lies defeated at your feet. There is no stone left for my next gambit. There is nothing more. Indeed, perhaps there was some merit in your words that I must retreat from the silly game of stones and become a fiend of blades. Mentor? That is not what I said. Interesting. Whence did you hear that poem? Yes, when inverted, a bamboo hat is like an unladen ship. Angdu and Imgyup were knocked away from bamboo-hatted Kim as though bounced off by an invisible force. Kim raises his eyes to meet the empty air as though there is a hollow laughter escaping. We know who he's talking to. It's the voice. But your last move was not a good one, indeed. I did wish to become a blade, and what did you do? Forge me into an indiscriminate one that cleaves blindly into friend and foe both. It seems that in your excitement, you have cornered yourself with that last move. Well, as it seems that I have had an opportunity to retry our past moves, allow me to try something different this time. Ah, be not so vexed by this round. As you say, we never know what the next game shall bring. I appreciate and will treasure the other bits of advice, but let us play by my rules for tonight's game. Something's different this time, isn't it? He ain't distorting. I think that's an efflorescence, perhaps. Nothing is for certain indeed. Yet I trust the words of my last remaining follower have also reached your ears. I am but a tool wielded by willing hands. Nothing in my life has ever been certain. I know not whether this move is what cements my defeat, but I desire to be a victorious stone nonetheless. Thank you. I will take encouragement, the encouragement that I can. The strange, invisible pressure dissipates, and the armored woman, Im Gyeong-up, readjusts her grip on her sword. Kim turned around to look at her and saw that weighty shadow seemed to have been lifted from his face, replaced by a mix of relief and determination. A bit embarrassing to change my stance now, but now I fight to live.
And I suppose you will be okay with that? Of course. To hide from heaven's gaze, this hat I wore. An empty boat it bore my friends along. In bamboo veiled and we drift from shore to shore. In mirth I doffed. Oh? Though winds and rain may rage, I shall not throw. Hi to me, bamboo-hatted one. Speak your name, for I find your outfit dubious of character. I am he who mentored the lineage of blades to its premature end. I am he who has sought to bring salvation to the downtrodden to no avail. What to call a man who has failed to disburden himself of the world? How to name a man who has failed to bear the weight of the world? There is none. So call me Bamboo-Hatted Kim. Bamboo-Hatted Kim, the treasonous wretch. Whew. Claim their bones. The photographs rapidly fold away from reality. Perhaps Kim successfully managed to face his own past. When the photographs and memories that overlaid upon the fathoms are pulled away, what remains is a man in dirty, ragged clothing. The fathoms of S-Corp slowly lose grip on this world, and soon reveals the fathoms of distortion that was hidden beneath it. I see the residents of the bliss backstreets in their blissful highs from taking the canned experiences, and a man who's watching with disapproval. Why? Why is everyone running away from all this? Florist who makes lovely bouquets for graduating youngsters. A photographer who captures beautiful sights to remember. They're our lives, our experiences. You want to be a billionaire with an extravagant mansion and nest? A legendary fixer who can make the syndicate. What you get from those cans is not real. Is everything in your lives, all of this, just empty means to an end so that you can get a high on fake first experiences nailed into a can?
6957 super chatted $10. And then he manifests ego. It takes the form of a bamboo hat. Fire writing hand KJH.
Hello, Coffee. Thank you for the super. I greatly appreciate it. Every bit helps and goes towards stream. Thank you, thank you. He manifests ego. It takes the form of the bamboo hat. Dude, what's fantastic is we finally had the chance to see what Efflores looks like. Beyond, you know, the lady who may no longer... The Yi-Song friend. Beyond what happened to the friend of Yi-Song. We got to see efflorescence and he manifested ego. He truly is a monster of power. If that's all your life is, then my life and the photographs I've taken are all. No, it can't be. Dong Bake. My life, those experiences and memories I've photographed are different. You're all blindly consuming fake experience after fake experience without a care about the real thing. That's why you're all floundering, grasping at illusions. So let me show you the things I've shot. The memories, the experiences, the reality of your lives. It was only in passing, but I glimpsed an unmistakable grimace, a scowl on Mersault's face. I reflected upon the events of today, and could at least begin to guess as to why that might be. You don't believe there's any experience in either can experience or that guy's photos, do you, Mersault? Because experiences and memories aren't the same thing. What really distinguishes them, I wasn't sure. Correct, manager. But what I knew was that distinction was, for whatever reason, important to Mersault. Huh? A figure materializes, swirling out of the projector. He must be the distortions. And next to him is another figure, stumbling out in a giant suit of armor. Blimey, that thing's still alive? It is but an overlay of fathoms created within a distortion space. The concept of life and death has no little meaning for such a thing. Yet faint does she grow. It must be that the distortion's power is waning. Hark, accused one, for these are your crimes. The crime of fermenting chaos in the foreign wing while impersonating chunkins of Salpipio Agrio Industries. The crime of exploiting suffering of Salpipio Agrio Industries downtrodden as a mere veil of one's own fathoms. And, though it may be part of reenactment, impersonating a military commissioner of the kingdom without the royal decree, pursuant to the law of homeland, the accuser is sentenced to death by beheading. The faint mirage-like warrior... Can an entity of fathoms slay one outside of it? Such an instance has heretofore never been observed, but as it is happening right now, right before our eyes, I can only say yes. Young Hoop is a woman of principle. She would have done the same thing to the bitter end had she been here. As the headless body of the inflection point crumbles to the floor, Goop's shape slowly phases out of reality, and we found ourselves back in the projection room. And there... No way, don't tell me that headless corpse is... We found a large group of injured N-Corp staff thrown pell-mell about the room, and Ezra, who was looking at the headless body of the doxographer. GG, next time eat a salad. Poor dude. He looked like a kid. That's it? When Oshu wins, she just breathes? For the guy, I know he broke a taboo, but he just wanted people to find joy in everyday experiences. Yeah, I mean, the issue is that's not what's really looked at in the city. It does not matter what you wish for, what you desire. The city will punish you all the same. Slice and dice so much. Her MVP dialogue is breathing heavy. Yes, Ryoshu, please breathe upon me. Alright, for legal reasons, that's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke, guys. That's a joke. Yep, gotcha, team leader. And the initial report done. Good work, guys. Tucking her radio back in, Ezra commended us in a relieved voice. The distortion appears to perish in this mission. Will that not cause trouble? Yeah, that kind of stinks, but it's not like you guys could help it. Who would have thought that the distortion would end its own inflection point? If we knew that in advance, we probably would have prepared something to stop it, but... well... That's for the LCD and team leader to investigate. All in all, this mission was still a success, since we managed to eradicate the distortion, not to mention satisfying our client. Also, Ezra looked towards Ongdu and Kim with a lighthearted shrug, clearly less concerned than she had been earlier. Now I finally know why you've been disappearing on your own, without letting us know. Glad you don't seem to have any more reason to, though, so it's all good. Hey, what's that real win of this mission? That's the real win of the mission in book. The point is, we did it. We did the thing, it's done. Gosh, I swear I am never doing one of these without the team leader ever again. Seriously, I got this close to losing it more than a few times. It seemed that the responsibility of looking after her LCD juniors had kept her stressed and high-strung throughout the mission. I hadn't noticed it, but her brows had finally relaxed, bringing back the chipper Ezra as I was more familiar with. Thus, I shall not abide by more of your indolence. You will now join us on missions and tasks as you are expected to. Is that understood, Mentor? Angdu, would you mind releasing the hem of my sleeve? Oh, what I wouldn't give to lie down and pass out about now. The raw emotion in Kim's voice had likewise faded, and with Angdu's voice no longer so barbed as it had been in the Fathoms, it seemed to have me that the two were back to their relaxed selves I knew. I can't exactly say more relaxed for Kim, though, because that's how he's always been, at least from what I've seen in any case. Fine, you are released. Oh, you've given me a good, hard shake. I don't feel so good. Say, Angdu, I'm afraid they may have gone overboard with operating your arm. With your hem release, allow me to reiterate that... Stop. My heart finds peace as well as I watch them bicker. Is everyone doing okay? Yes, Executive Manager. Our forces have only suffered minor injuries that do not require you to go through the trouble of rewinding the clock. Hang on, mate. I've got a dislocated shoulder. I can pop that right back into place. Allow me. I've taken care of similar injuries in the Yeah, and guess what happened last time I let you do that? You rotated the bloody arm the wrong way and turned my bones and shoulders into little chips. Don't sweat it. I can rewind that. By now, I've grown used to the pain of rewinding the sinner's injuries. A dislocated shoulder shouldn't be a big deal. I have ought to ask thee a clarification, if thou will. Yeah? Dost thou recall as we battled the N-Corp's pin frame team, the foes have taken photographs of us? And? They are those who sent to identify and capture those who have violated the taboo, forsooth. As we stood in their path, 'tis no mystery we had come to blows, yet I find this to be most perplexing. Wherefore did they take so many photographs of us? Maybe they're taking photographs to report their locations? Recording footage is taboo in N-Corp, meaning they can't install security cameras here. Their only option for keeping a consistent record when tracking down a case is by photographs. Thine words hold water. Most puzzling, forsooth. For I recall with clarity that from a certain point, they had begun photographing us with renewed obsession. Oh, hey, that sounds like a question from Result. Given how often I had to relay information Result had provided me on this mission, I think I've gotten enough practice on how to phrase the questions right and may pull in answers I need from him. I couldn't get him to tell judgment on his own, but he seems to have a near photographic memory of what he's seen. Result, do you remember how many pictures of us the N-Corp staff took? I do. 56 times. That's a lot of pictures. You can remember the exact number of times they shot us? I do. It's always so neat seeing his memory in action. So did you get the chance to see which one of us got the most photographs taken? I did. Ooh, which one was it? Is it me? I would make a fine model if I say so myself. No, it wasn't you. It was me. Huh? But why? I mean, what's the most statistically likely reason that it was you? It was at that moment that I heard the sound of pebbles crunching under the boots approaching us louder and louder. What the heck? N-Corp. Oh, dang it. Are you here because we beat up some of your guys? Listen, we had to because of the distortion, see? It is as she says. The skirmish was an unfortunate consequence of combating the distortion phenomenon. Limbus Company provides a customer damage compensation program in case of such unforeseen events. Instead of engaging us in battle, please elect to contact the emergency response team at your headquarters as your first.
Yes, we fully understand the circumstances, and we intend to submit an expeditious request for damage compensation. But we are here on different business, so if you would be so kind as to let us speak. Different business? They're here to arrest me, manager. Hold on, Mersalt. Let's hear them out. Wait, what? Mersalt did not resist. He walked up past us and joined the group of N-Corp employees. Please confirm that you are Mersalt, formerly one who nails any former maintenance and management team at the Grand Magasin Sisyphes headquarters. Confirmed. By the decree of the Giants, you have been expelled from N-Corp with imprisonment as the penalty of non-compliance pursuant to Article 12 of Eviction Regulations. You have also been informed that remaining in N-Corp's district for more than 6 hours may subject to your immediate arrest. Please confirm that your memory pertaining to the above incident has not been expunged and you are of sound mind. Confirmed. Very well. Then in keeping with regulations, I hereby notify that you are now subject to arrest and transport. Place your hands behind your back and please offer no resistance. I am required to inform you that resistance may incur further penalties. Wait, stop. What the heck is going on? Wait, forget all that. Did you know this would happen, Mersalt? Mersalt, who stood calmly with his arms behind his back as the N-Corp employees handcuffed him, nodded placidly in my direction. I did, manager. Then why the heck didn't you warn? It was less a question, more a reflex, but I don't need to hear his reply to know why. Right. I never asked, did I? You did not. I'd say you should have warned us way earlier. But you'd reply, I will follow this instruction going forward, right? Yes, I would. Subject now in custody. From this moment onward, you are considered a suspect and will be transported to N-Corp headquarters for your trial. As for the rest of you, would you be the organization the suspect is part of? Organize your butt! What in the bloody heck are you? Heathcliff, you are about to antagonize N-Corp, a wing. In the absence of reasonably justifiable cause, such as contract, engaging in battle with the city's corporate entities is strongly discouraged. Yeah, and we're supposed to twiddle our thumbs while they drag him away. This must be another piece of information they neglected to tell me. Yet another development that was set in stone. Despite her calm and collected explanation, I could tell that this was not a pleasant situation for Faust either, as she was sending uncomfortable glances to N-Corp. So where are you taking him? A retrial will be scheduled for the execution of the exile's sentence. They replied dispassionately as they took Mersalt into custody. We looked back at them, not knowing what to say. The late afternoon sun pricked at us as 1,000 needles. Mersalt, now in cuffs, gazed us with an expression that would have seemed out of place on any ordinary day. We are gonna play Ace Attorney next canto. Holy heck, that's one way to end a canto. Alright, so we finished the canto. Fantastic, everything is bubbly and great, and Mersalt's arrested. Everything's fantastic. We're doing great. We just solved Kim's issues. He just manifested ego, which was his bamboo hat. And Mersalt's arrested. So, essentially what happens from here is we get Intervallo. What a great canto, wasn't it? But, manager, that was an Intervallo. Holy heck, we've been streaming for like 5 hours. I need to get wrapped up so I can do assignments.
have an exam. All right, guys, I want to thank you guys for being here. You guys are truly the best part of each and every single stream, and I greatly appreciate each and every single one of you. I am very much looking forward to the upcoming Kanto, so keep an eye out for that. I'm not sure how active I'll be able to be to do it, so, you know, we'll get around to it though. We will. Oh yes, well Piggy should be coming soon, so we're excited for that too. All right, everyone, take care, and bye-bye for now.